the screen. There we go. I think I have to turn... Oh, the volume's already down for it. Okay. That's cute. Introduction, obviously. Ken Williams, Roberta Williams' husband. So this is the second Laura Bow mystery. This is the direct sequel to The Colonel's Bequest, which we just did 2 playthroughs of. Walk. What a convenient trunk. Someone's gonna find him, you dumbass. Like, I'm gonna move him across the room and put him inside the trunk. No one will know to look in here. That choking sound, yeah, seriously.
There is still time to correct this most grievous misunderstanding, Mr. Carter. The dagger of Amon Ra must be returned to Egypt.
Stay out of my way, or I'll thrash you within an inch of your life.
Surely you can find a way to accommodate everybody's wishes.
Who are you to tell me what I can do with my own property?
Your property? What authority did you have?
The authority of the Egyptian Antiquities Service. So if you don't like it, I suggest you waddle on back to Egypt and complain to your own government.
Would it not be better to work this out diplomatically?
This isn't a case for diplomacy. It's a case for your acceptance of the situation.
It is not just my acceptance at issue, Mr. Carter. Frankly, some of our people are quite upset, moved to take drastic measures if need be.
Are you threatening me, you malodorous little man?
Mr. Carter, there are some who would rather fight back than allow their country to be stripped of its national treasures.
Any fat savage who lays a finger on my exhibit or threatens me will find himself in deep trouble. Do I make myself clear?
As clear as the water of the oasis, Mr. Carter.
This isn't a case of diplomacy.
Be careful with that steamer trunk, young man. It's exceedingly valuable.
It sure is heavy, Mr. Carrington. You got gold bars in here or something?
The contents of my trunk are not your concern. Now be a good lad and take it to my taxi. The Countess is waiting.
New Orleans, 1 week later.
Are you sure you've got everything?
Yes, Daddy.
You've got Sam's address at the paper?
Yes, Daddy.
You've got the money I gave you?
Yes, Daddy. Don't worry.
Put some money in your shoe. New York's a big city, and there's a lot of crime there.
Look, I'm going straight to the paper. What could possibly go wrong?
Let me give you a little more money, just in case.
Dad, I've got to go.
Godspeed, Laura. Call me as soon as you get there.
I'll be fine, Dad. I'm going to make you proud of me.
I already am, honey.
I'm gonna see if I can get the subtitles to come up at the same time. I don't know if they do. What is TTS? The voice actor is phenomenal. The voice acting is phenomenal. So obviously this is the CD version because it comes with voice acting. The original floppy disk version, which was released, what was it, 1992, didn't have voice acting in it. But this is the version you get off of GOG. Text-to-speech.
Excuse me, dear, are you a secretary?
Actually, I'm starting a new job as a reporter for the New York Daily Register News Tribune. My name's Laura Bow.
How nice. I'm Irmgard. Is this your first trip to the big city?
Am I that obvious? How could you tell?
By the way you keep glancing out the window, dear. I did the same thing the first time I came to New York. The tall buildings, the people rushing around, it was all so exciting. Then I stepped off the train and got mugged.
How awful!
It's the New York experience. Thank you, dear. You're very kind. I've enjoyed traveling with you.
Do you need any help getting home?
No, dear. I'll be fine. Thank you.
You're sure you'll be okay?
Yes, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodness gracious! My suitcase!
Can you spare a dime, miss?
No.
Certainly, sir. I'm always ready to help those who are less fortunate.
Well, that's just peachy. Give me all your money, then.
Excuse me?
Hand it over.
This seems very unfair.
Welcome to New York, kid.
I'm not gonna let a little bad luck ruin my day. Hello, New York. Laura Bow has arrived.
What is this game? This is the game of being mugged. Apparently. You feel concussed.
My destiny awaits. Nothing can stop me now.
I really like the character animations. They're really neat.
I really want to thank you for hiring me, Mr. Augustini.
For hiring you? I don't even know who you are.
I'm Laura Bow. I believe you know my father, John Bow.
Ah, John Bow's daughter. Now I remember. How is he?
He's fine, and he says hello. He wanted to know if you still had that newspaper clipping on your wall about the explosion of the Hindenburg building in New Orleans.
Yes, your father was the first cop on the scene of the explosion, and he let me into the wreckage so I could cover it for the paper. I rescued Rupert Hindenburg from his burning office, wrote about it, and made a name for myself as a reporter. I owe John a lot for that. Think you could handle being a reporter for a big city paper?
I'll do my best, sir.
We usually just hire men for this job. It's rough out there, and you're kinda small.
I can do it, Mr. Augustini. Just give me a chance.
All right, as a favor to my old pal John. But I'll be keeping a close eye on you.
Thank you, sir.
For your first assignment, I want you to write about a burglary. Some kind of fancy knife was stolen from the Dagger Museum. I'll arrange for you to attend the fundraiser at 7 o'clock tonight for their new Egyptian exhibit. Everyone will be there. Tell them you're covering the society news so they won't clam up on you.
You won't regret it, sir. I have a nose for news.
Just keep your nose out of trouble. Here's your official notebook and your pencil. It already has Crodfaller's notes in it. Have the story ready by 3 tomorrow or you're out of a job.
No, that's not poop on the skeleton head. It looked like it was cigars. Act 1, Laura Bow, A Nose for News. So this one wasn't actually created or,
Laura Baines, right?
Laura Bow, sir. And I believe you have the advantage.
Crodfaller Rhubarb, ma'am, though you can call me Rube. So I suppose you've already met Sam.
Yes, he's very colorful.
Don't let him shake you. He's tough on the outside, but inside he's got a heart of stone.
I'm sure he... Pardon me? What did you say?
Never mind. Just pulling your leg. Why don't you take this desk right here and we'll get you settled in?
That's very kind of you. Mr. Augustini sort of left me on my own. I have to start on this story about a burglary at the Dagger Museum.
Alright, let's see if we can get text. Both. There we go. So we're gonna save as our first save. I should have enabled the original saving mode because I usually prefer to do the in-game save. This must be your purse.
It's your official New York Daily Register News Tribune reporter's notebook with index tabs for people, places, and things.
Okay. Take the desk.
This is now your desk. It's very old and looks like it hasn't been cleaned thoroughly in years, but it's sturdy and serviceable.
I don't know how I feel about this voice.
You already have plenty of pencils. Feels like an old desk blotter. The desk drawer is locked. The desk drawer...
Well, how do I unlock it? Shouldn't I have a key?
The desk... Don't touch it. You don't know where it's been.
So what I was saying is it wasn't actually created by Roberta Williams like the original one was. She was a creative consultant for this one.
Don't touch... You only... Don't touch... You peel up a corner of the blotter to reveal a small key. You pick it up and... You only find some lint.
Just peeling it up. Look at this whole thing now. God.
You unlock the drawer. Unfortunately, the key permanently jams itself in the lock. Let's hope you never want to lock this drawer again. This is now... You pick it up and place it in your purse.
What is it?
A press pass.
Oh.
It reads, Press. Your pants while you wait. Low-Fats Chinese Laundry, 5858 Broadway Avenue, New York.
It's not a press pass. What? I need to move a window behind everything.
Questions are a burden to others. Answers are a burden to oneself. In other words, you get no response.
I hope I'm not intruding. I mean, if you were working on the burglary story...
Miss Bow, please, it is not a problem. Yes, I'd started work on the story,
Welcome
but
back.
it's not your fault that it's been reassigned. That's just something I'll have to take up with Sam.
Hi, Jimmy Yumi. Thank you for the
Thank you,
resub.
Mr. Rube.
So these are all the people that I end up knowing about. Oh, when you ask questions, you ask about different people.
What can you tell me about low fats?
Oh, God.
It's a place to take your laundry. That's about it, as far as I know.
Questions.
Things.
What is this?
I'm not sure. Hand it to me and I'll take a closer look at it. Oh, this is what we call a press pass. Very useful. We ran out of official press passes. This is a business card for low fats, but if you wave it in front of a cabbie, he'll take you where you want to go.
Really? They ran out of official press passes? So you can ask him a whole bunch of questions, I'm guessing. John Bowe is her dad. Detective Ryan O'Reilly, Dr. Archibald Carrington. We're going to have problems remembering all of these people.
What can you tell me about Sam?
He's a perfectionist. I badmouth him now and then, but, well, he's given me plenty of breaks, so I owe him a few.
You find a curiously heavy object in the trash.
What was it?
You find a curiously... You pick it up and place it in your purse.
She's just gonna be shoving everything in her purse.
This baseball has been autographed by Bob Ruth, Babe's unknown younger brother. Bob never made it out of the minor leagues because he was incapable of violence and therefore would not harm a baseball by hitting it with a bat. Bob eventually quit baseball and became a successful psychiatrist.
What? She has a Mary Poppins purse.
This is now... This is the science editor for the Trib. His latest report critiqued Goddard's demonstration of the first liquid fuel rocket, which traveled 184 feet in 2.5 seconds. At the moment, he's checking to see who signed up for the three-legged race at the annual picnic. Crodfoller T. Rhubarb is one of the Trib's top writers. Among other things, he's in charge of writing obituaries, yet he's also extremely cheerful. The man poring over a layout is Eddie Bedletter, creator of the syndicated advice column Dear Eddie.
Dear Eddie, oh my God.
Unfortunately, Eddie has been divorced twice and is estranged from his rival columnist brother, so where he gets off giving other people advice on how to live their lives is an unanswerable question.
What? Details all the way up. Like, what the hell? Rip Eddie.
Aren't you Eddie Bedletter, the syndicated columnist? I'm a great fan of yours, and I've read...
Yeah. I'm busy right now.
Oh, he doesn't even have a portrait. He's not important.
Well-timed... You get no response. Well-timed silence hath more eloquence than speech. Martin Tupper.
I'm so excited to be a member of the Trib staff.
She's so, like,
After
adorable.
all, I studied journalism in college. I went to Tulane and never thought that my first job out of school would be at a paper as prestigious as this one. I mean, that is unusual, isn't it?
I'm sorry. Were you talking to me?
Never mind.
Oh my God.
The gents' sign leaves little doubt as to what lies behind the door.
All right, let's get up. So, if you guys don't know the game and you want to help out with things, feel free to offer advice and ideas and stuff. This game is, from what I've heard, is very, very detective-y. There's a lot of logic and reason, and it's not similar to a lot of Sierra's other games where it's moon logic, from what I understand. Like, apparently was praised quite heavily back in the day when it first came out because of everything that's involved. I've also heard that when you get to the end of the game, if you don't figure out who did it, because you have to figure it all out, they give you hints and tips on how to figure it out on your next playthrough, which I think is really cool. So, you just use the card here, I'm guessing. What is this?
It's the world-famous product design building.
Can I go in?
Don't touch it.
No. Can we go in? No. Can I go and get hit by a car or something? Wait. Before we get ourselves killed. Two. Now let's try and get yourselves killed. Run into the street, Laura. You don't know how to deal with it in New York. We just started retro victory. Don't look both ways, you'll be dead in no time flat. That was great. Alright, use the press pass here.
While this is an interesting approach,
or I guess we don't use the press pass, we just do this. Voice acting's amazing. Yeah, it's the GOG only offers the voice acting. You could turn off the
Greetings,
voices,
madam.
but...
I can motivate you to your destination if you can prove that you're a reporter or if you have American currency.
She has no money.
To what location would you like to be motivated, madam?
Low fats. I want to go to low fats.
Be careful of the sticky spot on that seat. I'm always taking that 6-year-old Asimov kid over to his parents' candy store in Brooklyn. He likes to read science fiction pulps and lick lollipops in the back seat. Intelligent kid, but kind of messy. Thanks for traveling with us, madam. Have a pleasant day.
So what's your name, little boy?
Biff.
My, what a
Yep.
nice name.
No, it's not.
What's your name, little boy?
None of your beeswax.
Stinky?
You're quite the impertinent little boy, aren't you?
Yeah, well, my folks told me not to talk to strangers.
His name's Paul Untermeyer.
Yeah, but we call him Stinky because his initials are P.U.
God. Some of the voices get, questionable. Oh, of course they're going to. I know they are. It's a Sierra game, and it's from back in the 90s. You said inside the store? Oh, yeah. We're gonna get some bad Chinese accents in there.
It's a nice day, isn't it?
I don't know.
Well, there's not a cloud in the sky, and the sun is shining.
She's so optimistic.
I guess. Makes the ants light quicker, that's for sure.
This nifty baseball wouldn't be of any use to you, would it?
I don't know. Let's see it. Not bad. I'm not sure about this Bob Roos signature, but it's not a bad imitation. Stitching integrity is about 89%. Want to trade?
That's just what I was
Magnifying
thinking.
glass.
I could use that magnifying glass you boys are using.
Hey, Scram, we're using this glass.
Have we got a deal?
Okay, why not? Here you go.
That's more
Hey,
useful.
what a jip. Now how are we gonna moidalize these ants?
Moidalize.
Ease up, Stinky. We're almost out of ants anyway. Then we'll go to Old Man Meadow's place and bust up his windows.
Yeah!
Thanks, lady. Pleasure doing business with you.
Thank you, young man.
you pick it up and place it in your
That was worth it. That
a
was so worth
magnifying
it.
glass, slightly scratched but still in good condition.
All you say with this one is to examine a lot. Yeah, I kind of figured that.
Up close, you see words printed on thin cardboard. A magnifying. There are some stairs leading up a dark and dangerous-looking passage.
Save. Save. Let's go up the stairs. Aw, dang.
After a quick glance at the dark staircase, you decide that it's potentially hazardous to your health and that there can't possibly be anything of interest upstairs.
Do it again. No. Damn it.
After a quick...
We're gonna go inside low fats. No, in this game you're gonna get murdered right away.
You see an older Oriental gentleman standing behind the counter toiling away with an industrial iron. I pick through somebody else's dirty laundry.
Because I figured...
This oversized cart is...
brimming with other...
Excuse me?
Yes, please?
I was just wondering, do you work here?
Yes? Ticket, please?
Pardon?
Ticket, please. You here to pick up, yes?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was just looking around.
Okay, look all you want. Looking is free. Laundry not so.
Brace yourselves for stereotypes. Didn't you know there's only one type of Asian man in this around this time period? It's only one Chinese guy, and he always wears the same type of outfit, and he has the same facial hair. Japanese people? No, they don't exist. It's only China. Anything else? No. I have a feeling I'm gonna need to go to him for something at some point. Oriental, yeah. I think last time
Greetings, madam. I can motivate you to your destination if you can prove that you're a reporter or if you have American currency. To what location would you like to be motivated, madam?
You think the guy who did his voice did some in King's Quest V? I can believe that. There was a character, if I remember, in either King's Quest V or King's Quest VI that's very similar to him. Just general New York. What happens if you just say New York?
You'll have to be more specific, madam. This is a large city. To what
Flower shop.
I had Al Jolson in this taxi last week. He's starting work on a movie, The Jazz Singer, where you can actually hear people talking.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I don't think it'll ever replace radio. Thanks for traveling with us, madam. Have a pleasant day.
Wasn't that the first talkie? Because that's what they called them back in the day, before, like, when they went from silent pictures into, pictures with sound, or movies with sound, I should say. Is I think they were just referred to as talkies, and I think The Jazz Singer was the first one.
It feels like garbage. Now it'll be hard to get the smell off your hand. It feels like...
Drink Moxie. What the hell's Moxie?
Drink Moxie. It's good for you.
What did Moxie stand for back in the day? It was
Feels like a
slang
fire
term.
hydrant.
Feels like a fire hydrant.
We're closed. No deliveries.
I know the secret word. Let me in or I'll scream.
We're closed. Scream all you want, Toots. You're not getting into this flower shop.
It's locked. The windows of the flower shop have been painted over from the inside as if the shop is abandoned.
Is it a speakeasy? I bet it is. This would be around that time period.
This is a rough part of town with several abandoned buildings.
The sidewalk looks dirty.
Don't stray too far in the Big Apple. It's a big city and you're not familiar with it yet.
Would make sense, yeah. It's the same taxi driver no matter where we go. It's always gonna be the same taxi driver.
Greetings, madam. I can motivate you to your destination. To what location?
12th Street Docks.
I had Al Jolson in this tax. I don't know. Thanks for trying.
He said the same thing, so I skipped it. Hey, it's what's his name?
Good morning, miss. I'm Steve Dorian.
I'm Laura Bow.
Oh, Steve Dorian and your incredibly huge bass voice. I mean, I don't know of anything of anyone else, so...
So far, it's a pretty good year for me, and things
So
are
it's
looking up.
1926. Moxie was a brand name of a bitter syrup in the 30s, apparently. Probably to replace alcohol. Oh.
It would be rather forward of you to touch the stevedore at this point, don't...
Just touch him.
I don't know anything about that. Sorry.
Alright, let's just leave. Jesus fucking Christ. that
Greetings,
voice.
madam. I can. To what
Alright, let's just go to the museum. Because I don't think there's I mean, I can go to the police station, but... Why don't we go to the police station? Oh, he's not talking this time. Thank God.
Thanks for traveling with us, madam. Have a pleasant day.
Let's go and talk to them.
A man sleeping under a newspaper. Judging by the strong smell of alcohol, you deem it wise not to light a match in his presence.
Excuse me, sir.
Don't bother me, lady. I'm sleeping.
He snores in He snores. A proud stone lion with a lamp on his head. The fact that he's looking east may indicate that he looks forward to the sunrise each day. Or maybe not. A proud stone lion with a lamp on his head. The fact that he's looking west may indicate that he enjoys watching the colors of the sunset each day. Or maybe not.
My God. Bug kitties.
Feels like a stone lion.
I like how it's all like, just touch it. Feels like what it is, basically.
Please remember, as of June 15th, 1924, all Indians are now full citizens of the USA. Please respect their rights and privileges. Thank you. Please
Is each one
Let's
different?
be careful. This support column is also a handy... Why wait? There's never been a better time to invest in the stock market. Civil servants qualify for discount brokerage services at H.R. Schwab, Mary Hill, 3173. Invest in the future of America today.
Is that a new place I
Needed.
can go to?
Volunteer with aeronautic training. Opportunity for co-pilot on first transatlantic flight, Roosevelt Field to Paris, next spring. Contact C. Lindbergh, Hamilton 6656.
No.
Tickets to the Policeman's Ball now available. This is the inside. Wanted by FBI, Al Capone. Approach with caution. Contact FBI for details.
Bit ironic with how things are currently. Which one?
Tickets.
Hey now, keep your hands off of those notices.
Oh my god, he's a Scotsman.
Pardon me. I'm looking for some information.
Well, take yourself down to the library then.
Pardon me, Sergeant, but I happen to be a reporter with the Trib.
Oh, well, strike up the band then. Look, lassie, I've been out with my dogs
He's not
all
Irish,
day,
he's
and I
Scottish.
hadn't had my lunch. And I got better things to do than to jaw with some slip of a girl reporter. Go on with you now.
You'd have to look up why, but there was a stereotype in the 20s with movies and stories and everything where the policemen were always like Scottish. I don't know why, but there's got to be a reason for it.
Look, miss, I'm not in the mood to answer any reporter's questions. Look.
The beautiful mahogany counter serves a dual purpose as desk.
And shield.
This is the inside. The door to a
Can I go to the private office? The library? I mean, he might have like I might have had some places unlocked just by coming here.
You knock politely. You hear the muffled response. Come in.
There's a detective.
Sure and
She's so
begorra,
thin.
I'm Detective O'Reilly. What would you be wanting then,
Now
lass?
he's Irish.
I'm Laura Bow from the New York Daily Register News
I
Tribune.
didn't show my pass.
I'm looking into the burglary at the Leyendecker Museum, and I understand you're handling the case. Would it be possible for me to look at your report?
You can't be a reporter, lass. You're a girl. The Trib only hires men.
I am a reporter, sir, and you can check with my editor, Sam Augustini, if you don't believe me.
I thought that Crodfeather guy was going to be writing the robbery article.
Crodfaller was assigned to it, but the story is mine now. Can I see that report, please?
It's very technical, lass. I don't think you'll be learning much from it.
Thank you for your concern, Detective, but I'd like to be the judge of that.
You're a determined girl. I'll say that much for you. Have a look, then.
The file on the Leyendecker Museum burglary is nothing more than a single handwritten page. It mentions only one stolen object. The dagger of Amon Ra.
There's only one page to this report. Where's the rest of it?
That's all of it right now.
It's rather vague, isn't it?
Good police work takes time, and I'm a very busy man. I haven't had time to follow up on the burglary. So what if a museum loses a knife? There are people being murdered left and right in this city, dropping like flies. Cars are being stolen, booze is being smuggled into speakeasies. Pedestrians are being mugged, firebugs are burning down half the city, they're running out of grapes at the corner market, and I've got a headache. And you know who gets to investigate all the crimes in this district? Me. So I don't need any nosy reporters hanging around telling me my reports are vague, girlie.
Well, excuse me.
Talk to the desk sergeant if you have any more questions. I haven't got time for you right now.
Casual sexism, yeah. Well, I mean, as Retro Mickey said, it was based on the times. Didn't you know that in the 1920s era that women couldn't do anything? Like, they physically were incapable. They had to like stay at home and in the kitchen. If they ended up going outside, the air would just poison them. And if they touched any job outside of working at the home, they would just get even more poisoned and just die. Since then, things have gotten better for them. Here, press pass.
That'll be coming in handy for you, miss. So you just hang on to it now.
And they burn up. Yeah. Did I get the report at all, or we only got to look at it? And I didn't even get a chance to interact with it. Well, for some reason, the police have, like, no interest in actually looking into the Dagger of Amon Ra, and I have no idea what's supposed to be so special about it. I will say I didn't read the instruction booklet, and I kind of regret it, because apparently the instruction booklet is a very large manual that reads like it's supposed to be from the museum, and it covers all of their exhibits. What is this?
The paper is full of old news and a
And a
valuable coupon.
Get it.
The paper is... feels like the...
I have to look
The
at it.
police...
And then...
The paper is full of old... A coupon for a free sandwich from Luigi.
I want it.
You pick it up and place it in your purse.
Let me see if it's opened up more.
Greetings, madam.
Yeah. Let's get this.
To what location would you...
Places. Low fat. Wait, where's Luigi's? Okay.
I'm terribly sorry, madam, but you're not making... To what
Where is Luigi's?
Be careful of the sticky spot on that seat. He likes...
Oh my God.
Thanks for...
A newspaper coupon for a free sandwich from Luigi the sandwich vendor.
Oh, he's a sandwich vendor. Where the hell does he work?
A fountain.
A fountain.
The famous Leyendecker Museum, named after Ignaz Leyendecker, who financed the construction of the museum as a tax dodge. Ignaz made his fortune in the late 1800s by defying the banana embargo and smuggling bananas into the country disguised as miniature squash.
He has a stand. Well, I figured he has a stand. I just need to know where his stand is. Here. Let's save. Let's use the taxi and see if we can go back to the newspaper if Luigi's over there somewhere.
Greetings, to what... Have you heard about that transatlantic radio telephone conversation between New York and London? Imagine hearing someone's voice from that distance. Modern technology, oh, it just amazes me. Thanks for traveling with us, madam. Have a pleasant day.
You're in for a long cleaning session. Oh, there's Luigi. Involving 30-odd years of nicotine disclosing, if not more. Are you mean like you're quitting smoking or something? I think it's him.
Hot corned beef, get you hot corned beef sandwich.
Is that corned beef lean?
Lean corned beef. This is the leanest corned beef in the city, maybe in the country. So lean the cows, she keep on tipping over. You wanna buy a corned beef sandwich, lady?
Look, he's Italian. How would we know?
I believe I would like a sandwich.
Mamma mia, another coupon. I'm gonna go broke. What a crummy idea I had. That's the last time I advertised in a newspaper. Take your sandwich and get out of here before I change my mind.
Well, where's the sandwich?
Keep your hands up.
It feels like a...
Where's the sandwich?
Hot corned beef.
That smells...
Of course she smells wonderful. She's a nice, hot corned beef sandwich. You want a corned beef sandwich?
No, I've already got a corned beef a corned beef sandwich. Thanks anyway.
Okay, hey, get ya, had a corned beef sandwich here. Corned beef sandwich.
Where's the sandwich? I don't have it. Did I end up with a bug or something? What is that Italian accent? It's a really bad Luigi rendition. You hope it's not glitched. I definitely didn't get it.
Greetings, madam. I can... To what... Have you heard about the...
Press pass. Tell me about
While
your
this
corn
is an interesting approach,
I believe I would like a
Mamma mia. Thank you, Sam.
There it is.
you pick it up and place it in your purse. A mouth-watering corned beef sandwich. Its delicate aroma indicates that it's still fresh. Yum.
Why can't I save? Save.
No thanks. That meat looks too lean for me. I like 'em fatty and spicy.
Wow. Go into the gents' room. She gets fired.
You can't go in there. That's the men's lounge.
You glance around curiously, but there's no sign of a ladies' lounge. This is patently unfair.
Those bastards. Is that a child?
People are filtering in and out of the room.
It's just someone that's supposed to be really far away that looks like they might as well be a kid. It's a known bug, the missing sandwich. Sandwich. Corned beef sandwich. Alright, let's go to the museum.
Greetings, Matt.
Here, press pass.
While the
To what
Places to the Lane Decker Museum. Finally.
It reads Taxi Operator's License, New York Taxi Control Authority. The bottom of the license reads, License renewed September 5, 1926. Don't touch it. You don't... It feels like a New York City taxi circa 1926.
Thanks for traveling.
Feels like a New York City taxi. Fundraiser tonight. Formal attire required.
You see that the fundraising party will begin at 7 p.m. You're so impressed by the entrance to the famous Leyendecker Museum that you can barely restrain yourself from reaching out to touch it.
Sadly, we can't lick or kiss.
This door is locked.
What?
While this is an a lovely... The fabric is...
How are we getting into the museum, then? Is there a way to speed up? There is, but... Okay, I can use the
Don't
same button
stray too
before.
far in the Big Apple.
How do I get inside the museum?
A parked car. Note the sleek line. Considering that this car is parked right out in front of the museum, it probably belongs to an important staff. Don't touch.
I have a feeling that the only way inside is somewhere here.
The museum doors are...
But it says it's
This
locked.
door is... This door is... This door is... You're so well-timed silence. It is better... Upon close inspection... What a fine warp and woof.
What?
What a fine...
What is that supposed to mean? Can we go this way? I don't think so. Because there'd be an arrow there.
Don't stray too far.
What a fine wolf and yip. Damn it.
Greetings, madam.
Press pass.
To what location? Heard about that new Air Commerce Act that was just passed? It's the one that provides federal aid for airlines and airports. I find it unfair. The government doesn't subsidize hardworking taxi chauffeurs. Thanks for travel.
I'm wondering if I need more information from the police for any reason. Save. Save.
That'll be coming in handy for you. Look, miss, I'm...
He's not in the mood to answer any questions. You want a sandwich?
You look so hungry. Here, take this.
Sure, this is going to be a sandwich on rye. Bless you, lassie. Don't mind if I do. Sure, and it tastes fresh, too. Mmm.
Now he'll listen to me.
What do you know about the Lion Decker Museum?
A very fine establishment. Worthwhile seeing, even if you're only in town for a short while. Very educational.
Have you actually been there?
Well... But I live in the city, and I'm not having to see all the landmarks.
You didn't say no, but it said it. What did you say, Jeremy? You just got a fairy statuette from your late great-grandmother's house. The woman smoked like a smokestack, and so did hers. Oh, okay, so it's like it's stained. Beautiful looking fairy, except for all the yellow and black discoloration for being in your great-grandmother's house with at least 4 smokers for you don't even know how long. That's kind of cool. Things. Miscellaneous.
What can you tell me about the burglary at the Lion Decker Museum?
I'm not covering that case, miss. Why not ask Detective O'Reilly about it? He's the one you should be talking to.
How conversant are you in the intricacies of Egyptology?
Missy, I don't even know what you're asking about.
Like, giving him the sandwich actually made him talk to me, but is it even worth it? Because I'm feeling like... Well, first of all, Retro Mickey, like, spoiled that I needed a sandwich at some other later date, so I don't think I'm supposed to give it to him.
Detective O'Reilly seemed very rude. Is there any way I could talk with him again when he's in a better mood?
Oh, you meant for this? Okay.
Ah, well, and here I thought he was in such a good mood today. He's a very busy fella. If only you'd talked to him once today, I doubt he'd be talking to you again. I've never heard of the fella.
Rhubarb was the one originally working on the case, I believe it was.
Do you have any record of a Crodfaller T. Rhubarb?
Oh, go on with you. You're pulling my leg on that one. There's no such man, is there now?
I'm serious.
Well, I've seriously never heard of the man.
What can you tell me about low fat?
Well, it usually doesn't taste as good as the fattening stuff.
I'm referring to a person.
No, you're fine, Retro.
Oh, well, then I'm afraid I can't give you any information, miss, as I've not heard of the fella.
But I do know that Sierra Games will do things like you'll be able to use an object on multiple different people. And so you could potentially, like, lock yourself out of the best way to get to do something with an object. They have before.
Is there anything you can tell me about Steve Dorian?
Sorry, this be the first time I've even heard the man's name.
I feel like I should be taking notes. Where is my notepad? Oh, it's right here. Why am I doing a notepad when I can just do, like, an actual document on the side? Hold on, I'm opening up a text document. Move the screen a little bit. Dagger of Amon Ra notes. Give me a second.
What do you know about the flower shop?
Not a thing, lassie. It's just a flower shop, isn't it now?
Are you familiar with the New York Daily Register News Tribune building?
Yes, ma'am. And a fine upstanding building it is, too.
It's just useless information. He's got to give you something later on, is my guess. Maybe something I don't have yet.
Is there any information you can give me about Sam Augustini, editor of the New York Daily Register News Tribune?
Hoot, man! He's a good, law-abiding citizen.
Law-abiding citizen. Damn it. Notebook, press pass, the burglary.
What can you tell me about this police station?
14th precinct, miss. And a darn fine precinct she is, too.
Yeah, I think I'm supposed to ask him stuff later on. So he doesn't know who Crodfaller T. Rhubarb is. Let me put that down. Please think it's a made-up name. John Bow, Steve. Who was Steve Dorian again?
Is there anything you can...
Sorry, this be the first.
Dr. Pippin Carter, Dr. Archibald Carrington.
What do you know of an Archibald Carrington III?
Can't say as I've heard of them.
You've played this game a lot, but remember less. I know that you're supposed to figure it out on
This
your own.
door
at the end.
is...
How do I get into the museum? That's what I don't understand. Use walk. I love it's all just Egyptian hieroglyphs. The guy by the ship with the low voice. Oh, yeah. Who was that again?
It's your...
Steve Dorian. Met on the docks. There's got to be a way to get inside. I mean, you have to get inside the museum, but the museum door is locked.
To what
So let's go back to the Tribune and talk to the guy that sits next to us.
Thanks for traveling
Steve
with
was
us,
seeing
madam. Have a pleasant day.
Steve was carrying the luggage off the ship that was attached to the one guy, and he said it was really, really heavy. Is there something on the desk?
This is now... You already... You only... You only...
Like peeling this
Don't
up.
Don't
touch it.
Well done.
Low fats.
What can you tell me about low fats?
It's a place to take your laundry.
What about the flower shop?
Now, what's the scoop on the flower shop?
You mean the speakeasy? The flower shop's just a cover. Look for a fella there named Ziggy. He knows a lot and tends to talk too much.
Yeah, but I need the key phrase to get in. Ziggy can be found at the speakeasy. Let's save this just in case.
Who is Ziggy?
He's what we politely call a stool pigeon. Basically, the guy squeals for cash. Amazing that the guy hasn't had his neck broken by now.
Tell me about yourself.
What's to tell? I'm a reporter for this paper, probably since before you were born.
But I want to know about the real Crodfaller T. Rhubarb.
You mean there's another Crodfaller T. Rhubarb? No two sets of parents could be that cruel.
That's okay, Mr. Crodfaller. You don't have to tell me about yourself if you don't want to.
No, I didn't talk to the police about Ziggy because I only found out about Ziggy just now.
Who are you calling a... Oh, Rube's your nickname, isn't it? Sorry, I forgot.
God damn it, Laura.
Give me the lowdown on the 12th Street docks.
Lowdown? You've been reading too much pulp fiction. The docks are the docks. Keep away from them unless you have business there.
Is there anything I should know about the Lion Decker Museum?
Yeah, I went down there. I did get that far in the investigation, at least. I met the museum's president, a stodgy old croaker named Archibald Carrington III. Cagey guy, didn't seem overly concerned about the dagger. You might see if you can get a little bit more out of him. I also spoke with a Pippin Carter. Nasty little squirt. He acts like the world owes him a living. Apparently, he's the one who's originally discovered the dagger in Egypt, along with some of the other junk in the exhibit.
Pippin discovered
Now,
it?
he was hot about the dagger. Took the whole thing like it was a personal stab at him. No pun intended.
Wait, what didn't he like again? Hold on. People. Pippin. Dr. Pippin Carter.
What can you tell me?
A queer bird, if ever I've met one. Kinda comes across as cultured, yet he's a loudmouth, you know what I mean? He's got a chip on his shoulder the size of the Brooklyn Bridge. He'll try to cut you down, just shake it off. That's what I had to do.
I'm wondering if Dr. Pippin Carter was the one that had the fez when he was coming
I
off
hope
the boat.
I'm not intruding. I mean, if you were working on the burglaries...
Miss Bow, please, it is not a problem. Yes, I'd started work on the story, but it's not your fault that it's been reassigned. That's just something I'll have to take up with Sam.
Thank you, Mr. Rube.
Magnifying glass, let's see, New York Speakeasy.
Where can I find this speakeasy?
Just ask any cab driver. They'll take you there. It's the place disguised as a flower shop.
What's the word? Ugh. Damn it. Here, let's go. What is miscellaneous for? The burglary, Egyptology. Let's ask about Egyptology.
Any wisdom you'd care to pass along about Egyptology?
You've already proven to me you know as much about Egyptology as I do. Maybe more. I bow to your superior knowledge, Miss
How?
Bow.
She said nothing about it.
Thank you, sir.
Alright. People. Sam is in charge of the newspaper. What is he, editor? Essentially. Crodfaller T. Rhubarb is the reporter that originally had the story assigned to him. Dr. Pippin Carter originally found the dagger in Egypt. Dr. Archibald Carrington is the president of the museum and probably the guy that was really pissed off about...
What should I know about Archibald Carrington?
Carrington hasn't been in the States long. He's from England, but somehow he doesn't quite come off on the level. Call me stupid, but I just think the guy should be more concerned about museum property vanishing. His first month on the job, too.
Archibald Carrington doesn't seem concerned. Okay, I'm going to say doesn't seem concerned about the dagger missing. He's not going to know anything about John Bow. Let's ask anyways.
Have you heard the name John Bow?
Don't think so. He a relative of yours?
He's my father.
Oh, Sam's friend. Never met him, I'm afraid.
That's how she got the job. Daddy got her the job. I mean, considering it's a newspaper that doesn't really hire women, that sounds about accurate. But I also feel like Laura's probably far better at the job. If you do it correctly, I have a feeling she's better at the job than anyone else that works there. Knowledge.
Greetings, madam. I can motivate you to your destination if you can prove that you're a reporter or if you have American currency.
I'm doing what you did when you played this first, but you wrote it in a Sonic the Hedgehog notebook in the 90s. Yeah, if I had been playing it on my own or something, I might have done it on a notepad, but I've also, or like a piece of paper or something, or a notebook. I used to keep notebooks around for things like this, but now it's easier to do it in an actual notepad file. No, play.
To what
Actually, hold on. Can I ask you questions?
I'm terribly sorry, madam, but the taxi control board doesn't allow me to hold long discussions with passengers except at my own discretion. Looks like a nice place, but I live in my taxi, so I don't really know anything about.
It's no longer called the flower shop, it's just the speakeasy. Have you heard anything about this?
I'm terribly sorry,
No.
To what location?
Go to the police station again. You could never read your handwriting in the end of the game. Oh my god.
Thanks for traveling with us, madam. Have a pleasant day.
Blame the parrot for the first game. I love the parrot. I'm very partial to the old Sierra games where you had to type in and you move the character around with the arrow keys and stuff. But I do enjoy these ones too.
I'm looking for information about a man named Ziggy.
What would a lass like yourself be wanting with scum like that?
Never you mind why. I'm just looking for information about him.
I suppose it's no big secret. Not round here, anyways. Ziggy's is a first-class little rat fink. Couldn't cut it as a crook on his own. Now he has to go around spoiling it for the rest of them. Nasty little big mouth, though he does seem to hear an awful lot. If you're looking for him, he's the kind of man what hangs around in speakeasies. Not that we have any in New York City, mind you. We've got these places closed up good and tight.
Places. Go back to places.
What can you tell me about the speakeasy?
Now, I don't know anything about a speakeasy. Not in this town. We run a clean city here. But there are some nice places where a lady like yourself can sit and relax and enjoy a bit of the high life, if you know what I'm saying. Of course, some of these places are restricted, don't you know? So you'll have to be giving them the right signs so they know you're okay. But just mention it Charleston, and you're in like Flynn. You got that now?
Charleston.
I think so. Thank you kindly, Sergeant.
Don't mention it. And I mean it now. Don't you go mentioning it. Not to anyone.
I don't know if I need to keep that in notes, but we'll find out. She's just going all over town.
Greetings, madam. I can... To what... Have you heard about that transit...
Oh my god,
Thanks
stop
for...
it. Alright, Seivu. I'll write it down if I need to, but I don't think I need to. We'll find out.
We're closed.
Wait, I know the
secret word.
The password is Charleston.
Well, why didn't you say so? Come on in.
There we go. Which one's Ziggy? This one?
You're in a speakeasy known as the Harlem Swinger. This being the time of prohibition, illegal alcoholic drinks are sold here in secret. You're in a a serious drinker. It's best not to disturb him. This comatose man has had too much to drink. It's a miracle that he's still standing.
Look at them still look at them
Inexperienced dancers repeatedly practicing the few steps they know. The dancers' silence alone is...
You want a drink, miss?
No, thank you, sir. I don't drink.
Okay. Hold on, let me ask him. We want to talk about people. Ziggy.
He's sitting at one of them tables, miss.
Thanks. See this one, the bald one? Wait, show your
While
press
this
Are you Ziggy?
Who sent ya?
Oh my god. Who sent us?
Godfather? He's an old pal of mine. What you wanna know?
God.
All I know is that the Egyptian pig sticker was heisted from the museum.
Pig sticker.
Do you know anything about Egyptology?
The only Egyptian I know is an accountant named Ramses Najir, something like that. He bugs me sometimes by asking me riddles. I can never figure him out.
What kind of riddles?
Well, today Ramses came in and asked me a two-part riddle. What's the room you leave without entering? And what's the room you enter without leaving? As usual, I told him I didn't give a hoot about his silly questions, so he left.
What? I wonder if there's a way to, like... Huh.
That's the guy who does my laundry.
Oh my god. Mom, come pick me up, please. Man, looks like he's about to snap and smash a chair in dust. Does he know Dr. Pippin Carter?
That's the guy who found that fancy pig sticker in Egypt.
Well, at least he found it. He knows.
That's the new president of the Dagger Museum.
So Archibald Carrington is the new president. Let me say new. My notes. Trespass, magnifying glass. Docks.
Them is the docks at the end of 12th Street.
Really? Shocking. I wouldn't have guessed. Hey.
I heard somebody heisted that Egyptian pig sticker from the museum. Rumor on the street is that it was an inside job.
Rumor on the street is that the burglary was an inside job. Might as well.
Since this year is almost over, how do you feel about 1926?
I think it was a great year. I made a sawbuck on the Gene Tunney and Jack Dempsey fight in Philly.
Your CD-ROM copy got disc rot, and you're now after a disc replacement.
I want to marry an archaeologist and keep his artifacts warm.
What?
I travel with him through jungles and deserts and weather out every...
That's the accountant from the museum.
Oh.
Spooky hi-hat kind of guy.
So Ramses Najir was probably... The song just stopped. We broke it. Hold on. Let's put that down. Ramses Najir. Accountant from the museum. Likes riddles. Lane Decker, police station, things, press pass, notebook, magnifying glass, Charleston, Egyptology.
That's today's password.
It's a great dance.
That name, it rings a bell. I think he works on the docks. I think he's a...
Crowd follower low, Steve Dorian, we already know. Dr. Pippin Carter, Dr. Archibald. We already asked him about Pippin. I think we're done with him.
That's me. Was you wanting to make...
You're in a speak. As you touch that, you feel the broken dreams and the alcoholic haze of thousands of frenzied speakeasy patrons who have come here to drown their sorrows and shore up their illusions that tomorrow will be a better day.
Damn, you're a little bit intense right there. What the hell?
They're involved in a deep conversation about President Calvin Coolidge. They just ignore...
Have you read that new novel by Ernest Hemingway?
You mean The Sun Also Rises, his novel of post-war disillusion. Of course. Ernie and me go way back. He ran that book by me before it ever got published, and I told him it's a real corker.
A poisonous snake.
Craven, hello everyone. How was everyone doing? What were you guys playing? What were you doing? We are currently playing the Dagger of Amon Ra, which is the second and final game in the Laura Bow series. We just finished the Colonel's Bequest yesterday, or no, day before yesterday. Second time I had played it, because you need to play Colonel's Bequest at least twice unless you get really lucky and get really good at it, just to figure out everything that's going on. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do at this point. I'm thinking of going down to the docks and talking to, what's his name? What was his name? Steve Dorian? I don't know why I would talk to Steve Dorian, but he was there when they were taking off this stuff from the boat.
My goodness, has this taxi ever been cleaned?
You were playing Raft in this War of
I
Mine?
cleaned it out 2 years ago. You got a problem with that?
I'm trying to remember which one this War of Mine is. I think I have that one and I've played... What the hell happened to the taxi?
Thanks for your critique of my lifestyle, miss. Now get out of my cab!
Who the hell's Bob? What happened to the other guy? I haven't played Raft since it was broken the last time in multiplayer. I know they fixed it since then.
Yeah, I'll take you for a ride.
God. I don't trust this guy.
Okay, Toots. Where can I take you?
Can I actually, like, go through his trash? What's this? Oh my
You
God.
pick it up and...
What was that I picked up? What is this?
An old laundry claim ticket from Low Fat's Chinese Laundry.
Fucking kidding me. So you're supposed to click and drag this. God, it's gross.
The seat...
Okay. Let's go to Low Fat's.
Okay, Toots.
Because I guess that's where we're going now. We're going to Low Fat's Laundry. If you guys haven't seen the stereotypes in this game yet, you're about to see another one. Da-da-dum. I have a laundry claim ticket, sir.
This claim ticket 2 years old today. You very lucky woman. Almost give this clothes away.
2 years old?
It'll be ready Tuesday. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Ancient Chinese joke.
Actually, this isn't mine at all. I found this claim ticket just a little while ago. I'd feel badly if somebody would have come back for this.
You worry for nothing. Nobody come in for 2-year-old laundry.
Oh, is this the dress that she's wearing in
Lady
the cover?
who owned this dress probably dead by now.
Because you need a formal
You're
outfit
a
to get into
strange
the
man,
museum.
Mr. Fat, but I kind of like you.
Oh my god. It is.
A size 7 evening gown in the latest style, even though it sat unclaimed in low-fat's Chinese laundry for 2 years. Some fashions never go out of style.
Nice. Can we talk to him? I don't feel like he knows anything. Ask him about the burglary. See if he knows anything.
Have you heard about the burglary at the Lion Decker Museum?
No. Burglary at museum? That terrible. Sorry to hear that.
Yes, isn't it? Have any of your customers said anything about it?
No. Not hear about it until you say. What's stolen? Much damage?
Well, a dagger was taken, but nothing else that I know of.
Strange. Many valuable item at museum. Funny that only dagger was taken. Go figure.
That is kind of funny that it was just the dagger. I wonder if he knows any of these people.
Does the name Pippin mean anything to you?
Yes, yes. Pippin Longstocking. My little girl read a book about her. Very funny. Freckles, red hair.
Oh my
I don't
god.
think that's the same name.
No? I thought it was Longstocking. Maybe not.
Oh my god.
Does the name Archibald Carrington III ring a bell with you?
Not think so. Very fancy name. Not many fancy people come here.
Did you speak to Steve more? You want to hear King Graham again? Is that the same voice actor that does King Graham? I don't think he knows anything, but...
Does a man named Crodfather T. Rhubarb come in here?
Yes. Remember man with name like that. Extra starch. French cuffs. That all I know.
They were mostly staff in the building reading lines. Yeah, I kind of figured that's what it was, but at the same time, I've heard worse voice acting on PlayStation games and stuff. This is not horrible voice acting, so it does make me wonder if any of them were actual actors of any sort that they used. I never actually looked into that. Oh, this is the voice actor for Steve is
I'll
Graham.
take this far.
Do you have anything else in here for me?
Well-timed. You can make out part of the text through the food stains. Taxi operator's license, New York Taxi Control Authority. The driver's name is Bob.
So horrible.
Okay, Toots. Where can
We gotta go to... Because I was asked to. How old is this game? On the side of the screen, the original game was released on floppy disk in 1992. This is the CD version that you can buy off of GOG.com. It was released in 1993. Where is he? Damn it.
The nameplate on the impressive steamship identifies it as the Andrea Doria.
Yeah, 30 years ago. I love like retro games, and I've been playing a lot of them on the channel lately. We played the first one. The first one was even older, and it used a very, very old game engine where you had to type in the stuff. The first game in the Laura Bow series is known as The Colonel's Bequest. It's really good. Yeah, he's not here. What was this person over here? Do they ever get bigger? I have a feeling we'll see him later. Watch out, Graham. It's a poisonous ship.
Yeah, I'll take you for a ride if you got the...
Retro's interesting, not gonna lie. Yeah, I love a lot of retro games. There's a lot of them that I would love to play on the channel when I plan to over time.
Okay,
but I'm also
Toots,
trying to do
where can I take you?
new and current stuff at times too. I'm playing Stray on Tuesdays, which kind of is spaced really far out, so I'm not getting as far as I'd like to, and I love Stray so far. Evening gown is an option in here now. Where can I change my clothes? Maybe she could change in the men's. Stray is cute. I love Stray. It's fantastic. I can't stop hitting the meowing button whenever I play it. You spent around 9 hours on it in your first playthrough. I think I'm about 4 or 5 hours into it, but I also spent a lot of time running around the first city area trying to find about everything. The only thing I was missing was I couldn't find the last music sheet.
While this is an
Let's talk to him. Ask him about the gown. Maybe he'll tell us where we can change.
Sorry, but I don't...
Ugh. I mean, the evening gown needs to be worn at, what, 7 p.m. anyways? You did the same thing, yeah. I couldn't find the final music sheet in that. Thank you for the follow, Flatu. It drove me nuts because I really wanted that final music sheet in Stray. Can you change it to speakeasy? Oh, that's a good idea. Maybe. I don't know where you would change there, but... Use the press pass.
Okay.
Go to... Maybe you can change it low fats, I don't know. But I think probably the speakeasy is the best option. So I know we haven't even entered the museum yet. I do know that the game has relatively, for the time period,
we're closed. No
graphic death scenes in it. Because we are basically in another murder mystery in this one.
Secret.
We just haven't even gotten there yet, and where we need to get to is the museum.
Well, why did...
Because that's where the dagger is missing. Maybe this door. Here, ask him. Maybe if I ask him about the evening gown, like where I can change.
I'm sorry, miss. I'm too...
Hiya, doll face. Looking for a good time?
Lesbians! You must be referring to someone else. My name is Laura, not Dollface.
It's your loss, Toots. I'll be right.
Who are you?
I have a cramp in my leg.
I have a cramp in my leg. Could you massage it for me? Do you know Dr. Pippin Carter?
You have a sexy voice, Toots. But I don't know what you're talking about.
It is better to...
You have a
A handy partition for... The partition is bolted to...
The floor, see? Okay. Here.
Nice body. But where did you get those clothes? Salvation Army?
Well, I already asked her about the dress, and she just wouldn't...
I have a cramp in my...
Can I... Here. Massage your leg.
Oh, yes. touch me again.
What the hell?
Oh. You have a sex... How about a free back rub? Or a neck rub?
You need to do your old body.
The partition is bolted to the floor so you can't move it. You've also decided to leave your old clothes here just in case some poor unfortunate should come along who needs them more than you do.
Wait. Laura Bow, you have a single outfit to your name, which is what you're wearing. You literally had your luggage stolen off the train and all of your money taken from you when you got mugged. And she's all like, I don't need my dress anymore. Just go. You think Laura looked great in her other clothes? I did like her other clothes. I really loved her outfit in her other clothes. There is one picture I've seen from this game where she's listening in on a conversation or something, and I'm desperately looking for it because it's so ridiculous. She's like leaning in at this really awkward angle and just going like this the entire time. Oh, Act 2. We did it. Oh shit, this is Laura. Yes, this is the sequel. This is the Dagger of Amon Ra.
Your perky demeanor and thorough technique are making you a first-class detective.
I'm hoping that's good. Technically, the game's name is... I have to actually look it up again because it's a really long name. Dagger of Amon Ra is just part of the name. The official name is Roberta Williams Laura Bow in the Dagger of Amon Ra. That's what it is. Here, save. New save 4. You didn't expect her to be a Southern Belle? Well, she's from Louisiana, if I remember correctly, and she was in the Bayou in the first game, because the Colonel's.
Excuse me, Fräulein, but this affair is by invitation only. Your papers, please.
Who the frick are you? I have a press pass.
Danke, Fräulein. I'll return this pass when you are leaving. Enjoy yourself this evening.
Oh, you just expected her to be British or something? What I do like is she's not a detective per se, she's a reporter. Or at least that's what she's trying to do now. That's why she's in New York. So she went to New York, and one of her father's friends is the editor of a newspaper, and that's how she ended up getting the job.
Pardon-moi, mademoiselle, but now is not the time nor the place. But perhaps we can play this, how do you call it, patty cakes at another time?
Is this Ziggy?
This man looks like he's
No.
very low on moral fiber in his construction. His eyes dart around the room nervously, as if he's expecting someone to jump on him. His bald head reflects the overhead lighting.
Heard any good rumors lately?
Maybe,
It is
or
Ziggy.
maybe not. What's it worth to you?
Well, I don't have any money right now.
Then I ain't got no rumors for you, Toots.
Can I say you have with the first time is important, Dilly, has you heard the ring? What? Can I say has with the first time is important, Dilly, has you heard the ring? They're all thirsty for Laura. That voice sounds so familiar. No, don't. I want to just talk to people. I think this is Archibald.
This is quite a party. Does a museum always have a big fundraiser when they open a new exhibit, Dr. Carter?
No, but they've never had such an important exhibit opening here before. And I'm an important curator with an important salary, so the museum wouldn't have been able to keep me employed here without financial assistance.
You must be very important for the museum to go to so much trouble.
Naturally. The museum is lucky that I accepted this position as the head of their new Egyptian antiquities department. Why, my name alone will attract more visitors and more money to the museum.
Any chance that the Tutankhamun exhibit will make a stop here on its American tour?
No. I'd hate to embarrass my relative by putting his Tutankhamun artifacts on display here. They pale by comparison to my own great discoveries, such as the Dagger of Amon-Ra.
That wasn't your discovery.
Of course. How silly of me to think otherwise.
Yes, that was rather silly of you.
Oh. Whoa. But that's not his...
You must be very upset about the burglary.
Quite so. If I ever find out who stole my Dagger of Amon-Ra, they won't live to regret it, I can assure you.
Oh my. Do you have any idea who would do such a thing?
I have my suspicions, but I need more proof before I subject him to the full force of my wrath.
Have the police learned anything?
Those incompetents. Hardly. They couldn't even find any clues around the Dagger display.
Sounds like the burglar might have been a professional.
Perhaps. It's more likely the local constable couldn't find a clue if it jumped up and bit him on the bum.
He's low-key giving Severus Snape vibes. If Severus Snape stole artifacts from foreign countries. He sounds like the audiobook voice of War and Peace, yeah. I don't know who she is.
It is terrible to think someone could break into this museum and steal something so valuable. Monsieur Heimlich, he is all broken up about it, although he doesn't show it.
Mushroom! How did Dr. Carrington react to the burglary?
Scaredy Catu, thank you
Dr.
for the follow.
Carrington is a very dignified man. There is not much you can learn from his face. He seems to have taken the burglary very well, although he was angry with Wolf about the poor security.
Is that the guy at the front
Do
door?
you have any idea who might have stolen the dagger?
There are many suspicious people here tonight who could have done it. The Countess, for example, or the little man Ziggy. But I have not the proof, you understand?
It's not Ziggy. I doubt it's Ziggy. Ziggy's a stool pigeon. He sells information. He wouldn't have actually have done it. Guess she is the Fifi of this game. Probably. If you guys don't know who Fifi was, she was the French maid at the Colonel's estate in the first game. She was sleeping with Henry.
Mr. Najee, would you
Yeah, that's
have any
Najee.
idea who might have stolen the dagger of Amon-Ra?
No, but whoever did should be boiled alive. He should be fed to hungry crocodiles. His guts should be strung from the pyramids. He should... Oh, excuse me. I get a little passionate on the subject.
Quite
And you
all
guessed the
right,
butler,
Mr.
yes.
Najee. I understand.
Fifi was a little bit of a... Yeah, she was a thing.
What do you make of the theft of the dagger, Dr. Carrington?
It's simply beastly. What is the world coming to when crepuscular ruffians can invade a museum like Visigoths?
Do you have any idea who could have done such a thing?
Not at all. But if I did, I'd be tempted to teach the brute a lesson.
This is Dr. Carrington. There's two Carringtons? So that's Dr. Archibald Carrington? No, because Archibald Carrington III is... I'm so confused.
He's a real pip. A genuine go-getter, that fellow. He does a jolly good job of guarding the museum. Jolly good.
Does he? He's the
Good
one
evening,
outside.
Dr. Carrington.
So this is Dr. Carrington. He's
Good
the
evening,
new
Miss
president of the
Bow.
museum.
Good evening.
So who's this guy?
Young lady, if you want to ask me questions for your newspaper, that's fine, but don't just stand here trying to make small talk just so you can bask in my presence.
Is this Dr. Pippin Carter? This is Ramses. I don't know who she is.
Bonjour, Miss Bow. Dr. Carrington told me you were covering this party for the newspaper.
They're Delacroix.
I'm Yvette Delacroix.
That's right, Miss Delacroix. I'm writing the social news column.
Ah, the social news. I was thinking you were here about the burglary.
The burglary? Of course not. The newspaper would never assign a female cub reporter like myself to such an important story.
Why is she lying?
Ah, you are probably being correct, Miss Bow.
A woman.
Good evening, sir. My name is Laura Bow.
I am Ramses Najir, Miss Bow.
Miss
Pleased to
Bow.
make your acquaintance.
I feel like they're just trying to find words to make him go as often as possible.
The buffet tables are heaped with food, champagne, and water.
Alright, so what's her that lady's name again? Let me see. Wolf Heimlich. Let's put him down. Wolf Heimlich guards the museum. Museum guard, basically. Museum guard. And then Ramses Najir is... Let's see. Museum accountant. Then, what was her name? DeCroix. She's not even in here. So you can't ask people about her? What? What was that?
The fellow has quite an overinflated ego. He's got a legitimate reason for it, I suppose.
This is Dr. Archibald Carter, I guess.
Dr. Carrington is a fine
Yeah, this
chap.
is Dr. Carrington.
He
This
used
is
to be in
Pippin.
charge of the British Museum, you know. I ran into him several years ago when I visited the British Museum to consult with Dr. Butch. Seems odd that Dr. Carrington doesn't remember me, but I almost didn't recognize him either. He's getting old after all. Looks different. Memory's probably shot as well.
Yvette Delacroix. Let me put her name down, thank you. I don't have any information about her. Like, she's not in her book. Did I speak to the bald guy? I mean, that's Ziggy.
The new museum press? Stodgy old guy, but a fine chap. Yeah, that's it, a fine chap. Good man.
Pippin?
Can't help yous with that, Toots.
Okay, so he wasn't lying. He was talking about his dagger because he...
The buffet tables are heaped with food.
Can I take
The
some?
food and champagne look good, but you're trying to stay on a diet, so you make the wise decision to leave them alone.
Maybe she's just arm candy? I doubt it. Like... Possible? Let's talk to Wolf real quick. I did see what Retro Mickey mentioned. Is it like the first game, the clock is gonna move and things are gonna happen as we get to certain events? Where's Wolf? Where's Wolf? The voice actor had way too much fun with Ziggy. Yeah. Fuck the diet. That's like champagne and fancy horses divorce. She didn't even eat in the first one, no. And every time you had her try to get some cognac at the bar in the first one, it was like, she doesn't drink. Hit someone. She doesn't have a violent nature.
You eye this woman with a certain amount of jealousy. Her fashionably high cheekbones, impeccably styled hair, and sultry eyes make you feel mousy and naive by comparison.
Oh, poor
This
Laura.
snappily dressed man looks like an accountant, but there's an air of mystery about him as well. This short, blustery man reminds you vaguely of President Roosevelt. Despite his diminutive frame, his bearing is self-assured and cocky, and his pince-nez only adds to the aura of distinguished snobbery.
That's how
Dr.
you
Pippin
pronounce that
Carter is a
pince-nez?
tall, dignified, middle-aged gentleman with a carefully trimmed mustache.
He did take her pass. He took her press pass.
This man looks like he's very low on moral fiber in his construction. His eyes dart around the room nervously, as if he's expecting someone to jump on him. His bald head reflects the overhead light.
You prefer Laura to Yvette? I do too.
Presumably,
Oops.
it's a colossal bust of the pharaoh Ramses II, discovered at the Ramesseum, his mortuary temple on the Nile's west bank opposite present-day Luxor. The complete Ramses statue stood nearly 60 feet tall and weighed more than 1,000 tons.
No taxi. Oh,
Presumably,
yeah.
Ramses was not this large in life, although many people have stated that Ramses had a big head.
My God.
Looking at a small portion of the big head really doesn't do justice to the immense size of the statue, but you can see that the bust was sculpted with extreme care, almost as if the sculptor's life depended on it, which it did.
Let's go this way. And then we stole it from the Egyptians. Oh my God, go. Go. Can she not go anywhere? Can she go up here? I don't know. Oh my God, she's beautiful.
You see a short, elderly woman dressed flamboyantly, and you suspect expensively, and sporting a grotesque amount of makeup. In fact, when she speaks, you notice small flecks of base coat chipping off of her jowls and tumbling onto her furred collar.
We need to talk to her. We don't know who she is, but we need to talk to her.
Hi, I'm Laura Bow, and I'm covering this event for the Tribune Society news column.
Good evening, Miss Bow. I'm the Countess Lavinia Waldorf Carlton. Please be sure to spell my name right in your story.
Oh my God.
You ask yourself... It is...
I hate her positioning. There we go. The Countess doesn't appear in here. Ask her about the burglary.
What do you make of the theft of the Dagger of Amon Ra, Countess?
Is she drunk? Who knows?
It's horrid. Simply horrid. What sort of creature would make off with a priceless work of art, I wonder?
Do you have any ideas about who it might have been?
Oh, my, no! I try not to associate with dreadful people, dear girl.
Hi! You're having such a good time, I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Laura Bow of the New Orleans Bows.
The fanatically happy snobs just ignore you entirely. They're having so much fun, you're sure they're putting on an act to impress their friends.
Oh my god. What does this sign say, actually?
It's the doorway to the...
To the gift shop, let's go!
This is the counter where the counter counts the money. It's the cash register. This is the counter.
Are these all like fake daggers? Watch the daggers in this display case. Isn't her dad rich? I don't know.
It looks just like the dagger of Amon Ra. Isn't it beautiful? You can't touch the daggers on... The dagger shows Pittsburgh's high degree of craftsmanship. The dagger...
Made in Pittsburgh. It's right there. So we might, if we find a dagger around, we might want to keep an eye out to see if there's a stamping for Made in Pittsburgh.
Laura, you'd never steal.
Shut up.
Don't touch it.
Like, Laura, you'd never steal.
These vessels appear to be replicas of 7th century Welsh condiment pots made for export to Ireland.
You do know the gems did help her? Oh, that's true. She got all the gems from the Colonel at the end of the first game.
What a beautiful painting of the Mask of Tutankhamun. You wish you had the money to buy it.
What happened to all your gems, Laura?
It's a painting of the pharaoh Uba Spamaton hunting geese in the springtime with his hounds and his son, Niet. These vessels appear to be copies of ancient Egyptian artifacts. They seem to be nicely crafted. On each piece, you can see a tiny stamp that says, Faux Egyptian Artifacts, crafted with care by Hakim Rashad Hassan Ali Bozorg and Sons. Upon close inspection, there's an inscription on each of the pots which reads, These vessels were made by Welsh craftsmen. We make better castles than you do, and our flag has a griffin on it. Upon close inspection, nice and... That's not the sort of thing you want. That's not... The rug is nice. Nice weave.
We make better castles than you do. Has with now her loans will be with her forever. Oh my god. Let's leave, Laura. I will say it's a little bit of a pain to click the edge of the screen for this one. Only because I'm playing it in a window, and as I get close to the edge, the mouse is going off and it's not counting it as actually clicking. I think that's why I couldn't walk to the left in the last one. I probably can do it now, I just need to click it multiple times. Can you go down? No. What? What is going on? Yeah, sure, go behind the table. Oh my fucking god. Move her faster. Oh, there's the guy with the fez.
You must be Dr. Patar Sheptut Smith.
What?
Nice gold ankh you're wearing. This is quite a party, isn't it?
I find it distasteful to celebrate thievery in the name of science. The artifacts in this museum's Egyptian collection do not belong here. They belong in Egypt.
That's only your opinion.
It is the truth.
Laura's
And
like-
the thieves who rob Egypt of its ancient treasures will find death waiting for them. Amon-Ra will have his revenge.
I'm sorry, excuse you?
I see. Well, nice weather we're having.
These artifacts belong in Egypt. Mentioned that thieves will be met with death. I think he's a red herring.
Heimlich is that annoying guard who works here. His fanatical devotion to his occupation is admirable, but he seems lacking in his mental capacities.
You all deserve to die, you thieves. Yes, the weather is nice. And it just...
You dare to mention his name to me? He is the blasphemous temple destroyer and tomb robber who stole the dagger of Amon-Ra from Egypt. He will know the full force of the curse of the pharaohs.
The curse of the pharaohs. What's that?
The defilers of the great Egyptian tombs and temples will all die as a result of their crimes. The gods themselves will punish them. The great Amon-Ra will snuff out Peepin-Carter's life as easily as I can crush a dung beetle under my shoe.
How will this happen?
You're a little intense.
Amon-Ra works in mysterious ways. You will have to wait and see.
Good evening, Dr. Miklos.
Ooh.
Oh, good evening,
God.
Miss Bo.
People. There's not a whole lot of people in here. What about...
Ah, Wolf. He has some lovely scars, doesn't
What?
he? Just between us girls, I think he's dreamy.
Oh my god.
Dr. Miklos, do you have any idea who would want to steal the dagger of Amon-Ra?
Very funny. Everybody, silly girl. It's a priceless artifact. Not only that, but it is said that the blade is an unknown alloy that can slice through bone like butter.
I suppose that was a silly question after all. Let me rephrase that. Do you know of anyone with any particular motive?
Well, Tut Smith and Ramesses Najir both wanted it very badly to return it to their homeland. But they are both so upset, it hardly seems possible that they could have done it. Then again, perhaps they are just fine actors.
Just ask everyone about her father.
The English longbow was a formidable weapon. The English won the Battle of Agincourt against formidable odds because they were equipped with longbows.
I said John Bow, not Longbow.
Oh my god.
I've never heard of a John bow. It must have been an American invention.
No. Alright, what do you know about the burglary?
Have you heard anything about the burglary?
No?
Do you have any idea who would want to steal the dagger of Amon-Ra?
No.
It has already been stolen once from
Oh my
Egypt.
god.
I can see I won't get anywhere with you on this topic.
It's already been stolen from Egypt. Actually here, well...
This could be a fine museum if the management would return its stolen Egyptian artifacts to their proper home.
I have a feeling just talking to him, he's gonna be all like, they all are burglars.
Since you're an expert on the subject, what can you tell me about Egyptology?
The study of ancient Egyptian history is of the greatest significance. Many of our modern religious customs originated in the ancient world. The time of the great pharaohs and of the great Egyptian gods was the peak of human civilization. Our modern society is a mere shadow of its former glory when compared to the pinnacle of human development reached by the ancient Egyptians. They knew the truth, and the truth was Amon-Ra. He led Egypt to world domination.
Aren't you exaggerating just a teensy bit?
I would not expect you to understand. You are not an Egyptian, and you are a woman.
What's that supposed to mean?
What?
I'm a little tired of this topic. Speak of something else if you wish to continue our conversation.
Wow. God damn it.
I had hoped that Dr. Carrington would listen to reason. I had made another appointment to speak with him about the return of the dagger of Amon-Ra to its rightful home. But this seems futile since it is no longer in the museum.
Another appointment? You spoke to Dr. Carrington once already?
Only by phone. He denied Egypt's claim to the dagger. It was hoped that a personal visit would convince him of our sincerity. But the situation has changed since then.
Yes, the peak of human civilization was when the cure for headaches was drilling a hole in your head. Oh, you know, just some casual misogyny for the family. Rip out his mustache hair by hair.
I do not understand the term low fat. Perhaps it is because I learned English in Egypt.
Wow. I just want to keep on asking him stuff for this. What does he think of Ramses?
Ramses I was pharaoh during the 19th dynasty, from 1307 to 1306 BC. But Ramses II made more of an impact on ancient Egypt. Ramses II was responsible for gargantuan construction projects which left his mark on the face of Egypt for thousands of years. I admire his great works and hope to emulate his feat someday.
Actually, I was referring to Ramses Nagia.
Nigeria's never heard of him.
He's literally standing over
Are
on the other
you
side of the
sure you don't know him?
No? I mean, yes. English is such a difficult language.
He says he doesn't know Ramses Najir. I find that a little hard to imagine, but... Who are you?
If you ask me, missy, they're blowing the whole thing out of proportion. Begorra, you'd think that something important had been stolen.
Oh my
You
God.
don't consider a priceless Egyptian artifact to be important?
Listen, girlie, if I chased down every petty theft that occurred within the nastier segments of the population, I'd be working 30 hours a day.
I would hardly call the Lion Decker Museum a nasty segment of the population, Mr. O'Reilly. And if you're referring to our Egyptian visitors, shame on you. And don't call me girly.
By me father's whiskers, you're a fiery one, Miss Laura. All right, I won't call you girly, little lassie.
Oh my God.
How are you, Detective
Oh,
O'Reilly?
so this is Detective O'Reilly.
Just fine, lassie. You're looking lovely this evening.
I don't have anything about him yet, but...
Good evening. I'm Laura Bow.
The snobbish high society partygoers just ignore you entirely. You're not a part of their accepted social circle and are therefore beneath their notice.
You go, girl, Laura. Can we also plug his mustache off?
That fella is just too big for his britches, that's all I have to say. Someone ought to take him down a notch or two.
Ask him about the burglary.
I'm a busy man. Don't take up my time by asking...
Oh, I already did. Huh. Laura being a queen for 15 seconds. Let's try and go through here. 2, 3. There we go. Move faster. Okay, but Mr. O'Reilly's eyeliner is immaculate. He just does seem to have, like, he's wearing some heavy eyeliner.
Back to the rotunda, Fräulein. The rest of the museum is off limits. Und you are spooking their mastodons.
Well then.
It's a fanatically happy partygoer.
Let's just talk to the Countess a bit. I don't know what to ask her.
He seems a perfectly dreadful little fellow. Let's not discuss him.
Here, I'm gonna click on your arm.
Ah, truly a man of great ambition and integrity,
So, she likes Pippin.
Dr. Carrington? What about him? I know very little about the man.
Now that's odd. I could have sworn Mr. Dorian said that you met Dr. Carrington in a taxi when he arrived on the Andrea Doria.
Yes, so what if I did? I mean, yes, I did meet him that night. Our families are, old allies from the time of the War with Roses. I felt obliged to meet him upon his arrival. Noblesse oblige, you understand.
Why would she lie then?
Well, to tell you the truth, dear girl, I find him to be a crude, uncultured ruffian.
Steve Dorian. Did we ask her about Ramses?
Oh, he's a darling little man, just darling.
I don't know what else to ask her about.
Do you know much about Egyptology, Countess?
Only a little, dear girl. I find it quite diverting.
Just nothing. Just nothing.
I bore rather easily, dear girl. Do let's...
Steve Dorian.
What a lovely boy. He has such charming manners, and he's so handsome,
How does she know Steve Dorian? He's just like a dock worker.
Oh, Mr. Heimlich is simply dreadful. I think his tiny taste of authority has gone to his little head. Don't you, Miss Bow?
God. Go this way. Go. Can we just talk to these people again?
Good evening, Doc.
Good evening, Miss Bow.
Is there anyone else we could talk to? How about here, Crowdfuller?
I'm not acquainted with the chap.
I mean, why would we want to talk about him? He's just the reporter.
I'm really very busy, Miss Bow.
Did I talk to him about almost everything already?
Egyptology is all quite the fashion now, Miss Bow. But it's been a serious science for many years. I can recommend a number of fine books if you're interested.
Like, I don't know how to push this forward at the moment, but I guess I haven't found everything I'm supposed to? Why didn't that go through?
I'm really very... The Lion Decker is simply fantastic, Miss Bow. This is the opportunity of a lifetime.
Okay.
A stevedore? I'm afraid I don't discourse with proletarian ruffians of that stripe.
Oh my god. Stevedore. What about Ziggy?
Miss Bow, I find it vaguely offensive that you would even think that I know anyone named Ziggy.
He's standing right there! Oh my fucking hell.
Now there's an intense personality. He doesn't look it, but there's something seething below the surface. I'm frightfully sure of it. In any case, the fellow is a fine accountant.
Let's ask him. Ask him Ramses.
Are you an Egyptologist, Mr. Najia?
No, not professionally. I have always been interested in the history of my country and made a point of studying it. I am particularly interested in ancient Egyptian religions. The Lion Dagger is a beautiful museum, Miss Bow, but I do not approve of the spoiling of my ancestors' tombs, much less the wanton display of their bodies and their personal effects.
You said you can listen to people? I don't know how to.
Being a female, I'm sure you have a strong urge to touch me, but try and show some restraint.
How do you, like...
Stop that, you...
Stop that, you... Wait, what?
Stop that, you silly female.
I am hoping you like what you're seeing, Miss Bow.
Oh my god. How do you listen in on them, though?
You eye this woman. This snappily dressed man looks like...
I don't know how to listen in on them.
Heard any good...
Maybe?
Well, I don't have any money.
Then I ain't got some.
You already are.
I'm just asking everyone about the burglar hair Egyptology.
Since you're an expert on the subject, what can you tell me about Egyptology?
I don't have time to explain the intricacies of my profession to a neophyte.
Oh my god.
If you're truly interested, I'd suggest several years of difficult study on the subject at one of your better universities. Once you've finished that, you can talk to me again.
You asshole.
Ah, yes. Can't say I'm too impressed with Detective O'Reilly. Couldn't find a single bloody clue about the Dagger burglary. And he has the nasty habit of chewing on grapes constantly, probably to cover up the smell of the alcohol he drinks.
Oh my god.
Steve Dorian. The stevedore with the ridiculous name. He's the fellow who helped unload my artifacts from the steamship. If it weren't for his odd name, I would have forgotten him entirely.
Unloaded artifacts from ship. Murder him. Like, these people, a lot of them are just not wanting to be likable at all.
Rather an unfortunate name, I think.
Oh my god. Dr. Pippin? You are Dr. Pippin. What do you say about yourself?
That's me, you silly girl. If you want to arrange an in-depth interview, we'll have to schedule it later in the week.
God, he's such an asshole.
A relative of yours, perhaps?
Apparently you walk behind people to eavesdrop on them. Okay.
There I was, standing on the hillside above the excavation in the Valley of the Kings, with the faithful Mahmoud describing the dance of the seven veils to me in great detail, when a shout arose up from the workers below us. Sensing an important discovery at hand, since I have a sixth sense about these things, I scurried downhill to see that a step had been uncovered in the sand. It turned out to be the entrance to the temple of Amon Ra. I took the trowel from the Bas Kafir and cleared the sand away from the rest of the steps myself, revealing the entrance to the temple. The seal of the necropolis was intact on the door seal, indicating that the temple had not been disturbed. I knew that fate had brought me to the discovery I had been seeking for so long. Tireless after my exertion in clearing the staircase, I used a sledgehammer to break through the sealed doorway. Within lay the greatest accomplishment of my considerable career.
You just busted it open?
Hidden within the darkness, untouched for thousands of years in the isolated temple, lay the magnificent dagger of Amon Ra, the greatest discovery of modern archaeology.
Good show.
Magnifique. Very impressive, Dr. Carter.
So, that's when you heisted it, right?
No, I didn't heist it, you annoying little man. I took it out of the temple and showed it to the workers, who immediately fell upon their faces, all 350 of them, to show respect for my accomplishment.
Or they were worshipping the dagger.
That's hard to believe, Dr. Carter. Egyptian workers have proudly worked the archaeological digs for many years. I would not think they'd exaggerate their respect for you to such an extent.
But then you weren't there, were you, Mr. Nagier?
Well, no, that's true.
And when was the last time you were in Egypt, Mr. Nagier? You seem to have lost some of your accent.
Well, it has been several years.
I thought as much.
My God.
Your discovery really was quite a remarkable achievement, Dr. Carter.
Was remarkable, Dr. Carrington? You mean it is a remarkable achievement. There has never been anything like it before.
Quite so. Correction noted, Doctor.
Oh my God, he's so full of himself.
If you will all be excusing me, I see a man I need to speak to.
Certainly, Miss Delacroix. Certainly.
Where did Miss Delacroix go to?
Boy, did he bet. She's some dish, ain't she?
Oh my God.
Yes, those French women really have something. I don't think my wife would ever have done it in a mummy case.
What?
In my vast experience of women from different lands, I tend to agree with you, Mr. Nagier. I balked when a certain French woman suggested we have a deep conversation on the back of a dinosaur, but I was pleasantly surprised by the results.
Yes, Miss Delacroix is certainly the cat's pajamas, as the Americans would say.
Yeah, we does come up with some good sayings, don't we?
Quite.
Good Lord, I hadn't realized a woman was present. Please excuse us, Miss Bow.
Oh, I wasn't actually listening to you gentlemen, Dr. Carrington. I just happened to be standing here. Excuse me.
Oh, God. Did Dr. Carrington have sex? Airtight excuse. Did he have sex with someone on the back of a dinosaur? Is that what he just said earlier?
Good evening, Countess.
Good evening, Miss Bow. I am not interested in discussing that little trollop.
You'd say so. Oh my God.
Miss Yvette is a charming young lady and so friendly. She seems genuinely interested in Egyptology. We had a long discussion about tombs one time.
One time. God. I am going to use the bathroom. I will be right back. You get to listen to the music in the meantime. Alright, I'm back. Let's see. I gotta bring it back. That's the wrong one. There we go. That's not what I wanted either. Frick. There. That was the one for Wheel of Time, which shows my entire screen, so you can see the notes that I'm taking off to the right. That's how I have it set up right now. Let's go this way. Actually, curiosity, this way. I don't know where Yvette went. Is that? That's not her. Actually, who is this?
This short, blustery man reminds you vaguely of
Go back to here. Ask about Yvette.
I really haven't had much interaction with Miss Delacroix. Well, of course, she is my assistant. So I guess I should correct myself and say that I do have interaction with her. But I don't know her very well, really.
So Yvette is assistant to the president? Is she sleeping with him? Possibly sleeping with Carrington. She has interactions with him. She's definitely the Fifi of this game. It's like they took a lot of the personalities from the first game and stuck it in here, or at least some of the basic concepts of it. There she is. Oh, she's talking to O'Reilly.
Now there's a lovely girl. A real lady, don't you know? New York's police force truly is the finest in the world, and don't you forget it, lassie.
Did he almost say it, of course? Yes. Did I already asked him about the burglary?
I'm a busy man. He's got too many brains, that one. He thinks he's better than us all.
What? Carrington? Carrington's not as bad as Pippin.
I'm a busy man.
Ah, Monsieur O'Reilly, he's magnifique. He's so intelligent, so confident, so... Ooh la la. I assume you've met him before tonight. Oh yes, we are, how do you say, the old friends. And it never hurts to have the highly placed friend on the local police force, no? I suppose that's true. What do you think of his burglary investigation?
People here, they keep saying, Monsieur O'Reilly, his investigation of the dagger is not good, but he tries very hard. I have seen him work, but the dagger thief, he is very good, no?
Can you eavesdrop on these? I would love to.
You think the burglar was a man?
It is only the manner of speaking, Miss Bow. This burglar, she could have been the female as well. Ryan,
Yes.
I'm having the hardest of times keeping my hands off you.
Oh my god.
Not here, Yvette. There's too many people.
They are not important. You are the most powerful man here, my Ryan.
What about that Carrington guy? He's president of this museum.
The doctor, he is old and weak. You are the young one and strong.
And what would you be wanting, Miss Bow?
Oh, well, I thought I heard you call my name.
You must have been hearing things. I didn't even mention your name.
Oh, sorry. I've got to be going now. Excuse me.
I love how obvious she is in her, like, in her listening in on people.
And what were you doing when that fancy dagger was being stolen then?
Let me see. I was sleeping in my hotel room.
You don't sound too sure about that.
I haven't been sleeping too well since I arrived in this country. I'm tired, so I'm not thinking too well.
You're not sleeping well. Would you be having a guilty conscience then?
I do not understand your meaning, Mr. O'Reilly. Perhaps it is the English. It is such a curious language, not as clear as the Egyptian.
Wow.
Well, you say the dagger is what brought you to this country. If I were in your position, I'd be tempted to steal it.
Steal what has already been stolen? The dagger of Amon Ra belongs to the Egyptian people, Mr. O'Reilly, not to Dr. Carter, not to this museum, and not to this country.
I'd be watching what you're saying, Dr. Smith. You're digging your hole deeper with every word.
Amon Ra will seek his own vengeance on those who have removed his dagger from Egypt. Amon Ra does not require my help.
You say you were sleeping when it was stolen. Were you alone?
That, sir, is none of your business.
Oh, that's where you're wrong, Dr. Smith. It is my business as long as you're a suspect in the burglary.
A suspect? Do you Americans have no shame? I'm here to gain the return of the dagger by legal means. Ask Dr. Carrington.
I have talked to Dr. Carrington, and I know he told you no dice.
The matter is not settled until the last camel drinks from the water of the oasis.
What's that? Some kind of Egyptian double talk?
Excuse me, sir, but I see a turkey leg on the buffet table that requires my attention.
Trying to see if these... No. Go, Laura. These two. Frickin' hell. I'm glad I sped her up. The slower walk animation. While I prefer her moving slower, it's a pain in this area.
If you want to know my theory about it, I think it was stolen by an Egyptian. No offense to your people, Mr. Nagier.
Oh my god.
But I think there is a secret sect of Egyptian sun worshippers who have sent an envoy here to steal the dagger.
Countess, I hardly think that's likely. Secret sects like you're describing haven't existed in hundreds of years.
Oh, really? And what makes you such an authority on secret sects, Mr. Nagier?
Well, I am only expressing my opinion, madam. I'm certainly not an expert on the subject.
Quite so.
Secret
I
sects,
think my theory is as good as anyone's, darling. And I heard it from a reliable source.
Oh? Who was that?
Never mind. Let's just say my source has never been wrong before.
There's always a first time for everything, Countess. I still find your theory far-fetched.
Far-fetched.
Since you seem to be listening, Miss Bow, what do you think of my theory?
What? Oh, I definitely think it's worth considering, Countess.
Oh my god.
There, you see, Mr. Nagier. The press takes me seriously.
Of course, it is kind of far-fetched.
Well, I never. Excuse me.
Oh, did I say something wrong? I'm sorry.
I like how we were... Every time she listens in on someone, they just notice. She is not subtle.
So that's the deal, Countess.
I'd rather not talk about it right now.
Yeah, no kidding. DeWall's got ears around here. And so does certain nosy reporters, if you know what I mean.
Yes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I simply must speak to Dr. Carrington.
Sure thing, Toots.
She has dealings with Ziggy? Go, go. Fucking hell. Oh my god, Ziggy talking to Yvette.
Well, ain't you the hoity-toity dame these days? I almost didn't recognize you with your clothes on.
What?
Excusez-moi, am I knowing you, sir?
Ziggy's my moniker. You gonna pretend you doesn't know me?
You are making the joke with me, no? Perhaps you have confused me with someone else?
I ain't joking. You're Yvette Delacroix. I'd know that body of yours anywheres.
I am sure I am not knowing what you mean, Monsieur Ziggy.
Oh, I get it. Yous is worried one of these hi-hats is gonna hear us, right? Oh, okay. I'm clued in. We can talk later.
Pretends to not know Ziggy. Hope that's hide screen, Laura, yeah.
Are you enjoying the culinary delights this evening, Miss Delacroix?
This food, it is adequate. I do not eat so much. This way I maintain my figure, no?
Ah, yes. And a lovely figure it is, Miss Delacroix.
Merci, Dr. Carrington. You are so kind.
I feel we've known each other long enough. Please call me Archibald.
As you wish, Archibald. I am yours to command, as always.
Oh my god.
Miss Bow, is there something I can do for you?
Oh no, I was just admiring Miss Delacroix's dress.
Merci, Miss Bow. And your gown, it is a bit out of date, but charming nonetheless.
It's only 2 years old.
Thank you, I think.
Well, if you ladies will excuse me, I must mingle with the guests.
O'Reilly and Ziggy.
Well, well, look what the leprechaun's dragged in.
Hey, now watch what yous calls me, O'Reilly. I don't know what that leprechaun thing is, but I don't like the sound of it.
I'm sure you've been called worse things, smart guy.
Only by low-class type poisons, O'Reilly. By the way, ain't you afraid of being seen with me?
Cops talk to stoolies all the time, and I was wondering what you're doing here.
I'm a big patron of the arts. That's the kind of high-class guy I am.
You don't even know what the word patron means.
I does too.
Okay, what does patron mean?
Hey, ain't that the countess I see over there? I needs to talk to her.
Fucking god. Women's clothes get outdated by the time they buy them. Sounds about right. Can I listen in on you guys? Listen in on them.
One thing I am admiring about the Egyptian man is the way he is treating his woman with the strong hand and the firm
Oh my god.
words.
Well, that is the proper way, as our culture teacheth us.
Which is not to say our culture is primitive by any means. Our civilization has evolved over thousands of years, so our methods are quite well thought out and practical.
Oh my God.
And the Egyptian man, he is very skilled in the private matters as well, no?
Well, speaking for myself, I feel it is my sacred duty to be knowledgeable in all matters that concern me.
I've certainly had no complaints about my skills, Mrs. Delacroix.
Ah, Miss Bow, I didn't see you standing there.
Ahem. Well, I hear another turkey leg calling my name at the buffet table. So if you'll excuse me.
Another turkey leg.
The turkey leg, it sounds good to me also. I'll accompany you, Dr. Smith.
I kind of want to hear the two of them talking if I can. Can I? No, there's nothing to overhear with them. I don't know. We're ordering in, I thought.
Countess, they tell me you were married to the last museum president, no?
Yes, darling, that's correct. Sterling Waldorf Carlton was such a charming man, and so wealthy. My heart is just an empty void without him.
Yes, Sterling was such a nice man. It's too bad that he's worm food now.
Ew! I prefer to think that Sterling is still with me in spirit.
Oh, I'm sure his body is crawling with maggots by now. But if his spirit is with you, let me know because I'd love to see it.
It is hard to lose a loved one, no? I understand you were only married this short time, Countess.
Yes, I had only 2 short but charming months of married life with Sterling before he died.
And how long had you known this man before you were married?
Oh, we met just 1 charming month before we decided to get married. It was love at first sight.
Where did you meet him?
Oh, I had only been in this country a few weeks when I met Sterling on an offshore casino ship. It's quite legal to drink and gamble there, you know, and all the right people attend. Sterling was so charming, he just swept me off my feet.
This Sterling, he must have had the large broom.
Oh my God.
It's just a manner of speech, my dear.
Sterling was a wealthy man.
Oh, okay.
You must have inherited a nice fortune, Countess.
The money doesn't matter, darling. Actually, there's an annoying problem with the estate right now. It seems Sterling was changing his will when he died to give me more money, perhaps. Anyway, I'm sure my attorney will take care of the problem.
Too bad you can't dig him up to finish his new will.
Yes, quite.
Hi, Bodhi. Did he come out, or did you pull him out of his comfy little blanket area? You pulled him out. Oh, hey. You want to go in the window? You decide. I don't want wings, and that's an absolutely horrible idea. You decide, but don't get something random like a single appetizer dish and then say this is dinner. So Izik's trying to talk to me on the side, and I completely missed half of that conversation, which is probably not good. But from what I picked up, Countess Lavinia has problems with her estate, and the husband is she divorced, or is she's still married? But her husband keeps changing his will. She says it's to give her more money. I think it's to keep money out of her hands. Which means she's a widow. Okay. So her dead husband. So her dead husband kept changing his will. So I think the problem with the estate is that she doesn't know if she has full control over it, is my guess.
The archaeology, it is such a masculine profession.
God.
Breaking into the ancient tombs with your sledgehammer, thrusting your way into the treasure chambers, touching the gold artifacts. It is also stimulating, no?
Yes, well, when you put it that way, I guess it is rather stimulating being the most important archaeologist of all time.
And it is such a burden to bear this greatness, no? With such pressure to perform, you must be perfect all the time.
Oh my god.
Yes, you have a unique understanding of my problems, Yvette.
God.
Your problems, they are obvious, no?
Very kind of you to say that, but there are many who misinterpret my actions. They don't understand the pressure of having famous relatives in the same line of work, and having to compare oneself to them all the time.
Ah, but the Tutankhamun find, it is nothing when compared to your discovery, no?
Correct. I didn't realize you knew so much about archaeology.
I know many things, Dr. Carter.
So I've heard. Maybe we should discuss archaeology sometime.
I'd love to hear about the work you do, Dr. Carter. Perhaps later tonight?
Will you be working late tonight?
Oh, yes. I think everyone will be here tonight, no? There is much to be done to prepare for the opening of your exhibit tomorrow.
I was planning a break for tea around 3 a.m. if you'd like to join me.
It sounds wonderful. Perhaps you would come by my office then?
Oh my god.
I'd be delighted.
It is so gracious of you to take the time to speak with me.
Nonsense. Think nothing of it.
How will I ever repay you for this courtesy? I know how busy you are, Dr. Carter.
I'm sure we'll think of something. And call me Pippin.
Okay. I've also noticed that she's flirting with people who have money and power. So is Laura a giant and she's tiny? I don't know. They already made the joke that Laura was, like, really small. What is going on here now? Carter.
Ah, Monsieur Pippin, he is such a great man. And quite attractive, no?
Oh my god.
Dr. Carrington, he is my superior, so I'd rather not be saying the bad things about him.
So she's just a secretary that works here.
He is very strange, even for a man. Ah, but you are trying to trick me, no? It's best that I am not talking about him.
Mr. Smith is a very intelligent fellow. We have become friends of late. I always enjoy the company of one of my countrymen.
That's what hold on. Because I now have Dr. Tutton here.
You aren't friends with that swine, are you?
Well, no, I'm not actually.
Good. You do well to stay clear of that Egyptian pig. That bloated maggot ought to be horsewhipped and sent back to the dung-laden wasteland he came from.
I get the impression you don't like him very much.
You could say that, yes.
Why not?
I'd rather not say. Do you always pry into people's personal affairs like this?
She's a reporter.
It's my job.
You're a professional busybody?
I'm a reporter.
Same thing.
Oh my god.
Ah, a delightful girl. I keep asking her if she'd like to be my second wife. She is so very feminine and seductive and charming and attractive and...
Okay, okay. I get the idea.
You should try to be more like Yvette. Men would like you more that way.
Oh my god.
Men like me just fine the way I am.
You go, girl.
That's what you think. I find you quite annoying.
Oh my god. I like you, Laura. I know. See if anyone's in the gift shop. I doubt it. I think they're all outside right now. The only one I can't see is Wolf Heimlich, but he's in the back room, I think, trying to keep people. So I have a theory right now, and I have no basis on the theory. I don't think the dagger is real. I think the dagger was faked by Dr. Pippin with his discovery and how great of a discovery it was, because he's constantly in fear of having to keep up with his family. And the fact that they've mentioned Tutankhamun's, basically King Tut's tomb having been found, I think his family was supposed to be the ones that found it.
Back to the rotunda, Fräulein. The rest of the museum.
Who is this woman?
It's a fanatically...
It looks like Carmen Sandiego.
The fanatically happy partygoers just ignore you entirely. Not only are they high society snobs, but they're so intent on pretending to have a hysterically good time that they don't even notice you.
Oh my god. But if the dagger was fake, why would it have been stolen? Unless it was removed so that no one could tell that it was fake, and that way it was just talked about. It was a great discovery that he made, that never actually was made. But no one could prove it because the dagger was gone and because it had been stolen.
I told you to stop bothering me, you camel driver.
Dr. Carter, I will stop bothering you when the dagger is safely back in Cairo.
I don't know if you've noticed, but the bloody dagger has been stolen from the bloody museum, you great twit.
I see no reason to exchange epithets with you, Dr. Carter. I am aware of the burglary. I am also aware that no evidence was left behind, and the dagger case was not harmed. In fact, I think you removed the dagger from the exhibit.
Me? Me? And what bloody reason would I have to steal my own bloody dagger from my own bloody exhibit?
The dagger is not yours, Doctor. It belongs to the Egyptian people. As to why you stole it, I do not pretend to understand your twisted American thinking. Perhaps you wanted to keep the dagger for yourself, in your own private collection.
Perhaps I should ask why you're shifting the blame onto me, you insignificant peasant. It would be very clever of you to steal the dagger, then stay about to start rumors about someone else stealing it.
Only an archaeological thief would make such an accusation, Doctor. Now I'm sure that you stole it for yourself.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
Did not?
Oh my god.
Did.
Did not.
Did.
Gentlemen, please.
Who asked you?
Mind your own business, you nosy reporter.
But
I have more important things to do.
Our discussion is far from over, Dr. Carter.
That's what you think, you malodorous buffoon.
My God. Who is she again?
A severe, conservative, middle-aged woman with an intelligent look in her eye.
Dr. Mikolos, that's who it is.
Ah, yes. Mr. Smith is a well-respected Egyptologist. He truly loves the desiccated bodies of his ancestors, you know. I think he is a good man.
Do you think it's possible that he stole the dagger?
Possible? Most definitely. Probable? Most unlikely. If he had stolen the dagger, he would be on the first ship back to Egypt. Then again, perhaps he's too clever for that. Or he's lingering behind to wreak his bloody revenge.
It's also possible that the dagger was faked in order for him to, like, keep up with his family, as I originally said, but was supported by Dr. Carrington in order to put the museum, like, give it an exhibit that people would want to go and see, and then to have a story that would just increase the public relations of the museum itself, that would cause people to end up wanting to get there and would give them more backing and funding from its patrons. So there's a lot of reasons of why the dagger could be fake, and there's a lot of reasons of who could end up taking it. Yvette could have been ordered to take it by Carrington because Carrington didn't want people to notice it was fake. Like, all the daggers that they have at the gift shop, those are just possible daggers that they could end up selling. That's just income for the museum.
But we have already...
Yeah, we did.
I find Yvette to be a charming young lady. Some people around here don't appreciate her zest for life, but I find her quite refreshing.
What does the Countess think of King Tut? Dr. Tut.
My, what an intense gentleman he is. Why, he's practically obsessed with the dagger.
Technically, he's obsessed with anything that was taken from Egypt, but... Anything I can overhear here? No? Go! Stop humping the wall! God. Oh, them again.
You are interested in the great art, no? Then you should come with me this evening. I'll give you the personal tour of the old master's gallery.
Well,
I guarantee that you will not be wasting your time. You will enjoy it very much.
Yeah, is this Steve?
Well,
You are studying the art at the université, no?
Well, yes, but...
Then it is settled. I will give you the private tour in a little while, no?
But
There is no need to thank me yet. I will be enjoying it as much as you will.
So he's studying Egyptology at the museum? Or at the university at the museum? I feel like that's important to know. He works at the docks, but... Wait, where did everyone go? God damn it, game. Fuck, I turned something on. Shit. This game window. Fucking hell. Hold on, I gotta turn that off. There we go. That was Arcanum that was starting up in the background. I still don't know if I want to stream that even for a bit at some point, but I might. Because I had to work on getting it into a windowed mode. They're all gone. That was funny, though. But that sound effect, if you've never heard it, that's what Sierra's logo turned into as time went on. It's that really loud. Maybe the gift shop. They could be in the gift shop. scared you for a second, yeah. I don't even know if I resized the game window when I did that, because I moved the game window and I think I moved it a little bit and then it clicked off. It's because I'm trying to click on the edge of the screen. It doesn't always work. They're either in the gift shop or they're in the back. Nope. I think they're all in the back.
Back to the...
What? Unless they're all over here now? Go. The hell? Laura! She's just... Clicking down always works. Left and right is giving me issues. Wait, where did they all go?
The museum.
Do I have to examine the knife again? Maybe.
The food and...
I like how she won't touch anything because they're a figure. She doesn't drink, so she won't touch the champagne. Wait a minute. How is champagne allowed? I guess champagne for high society is allowed. Even though, like, alcohol was not allowed due to prohibition.
The dagger shows pits. The dagger... You can't touch the dagger. It looks just like...
Is there anywhere else? Go. Fucking God. Go. Fucking hell. Laura Bow, would you like to travel into another area? We don't know. Double click is a pain. There's gotta be a way to push it forward, is my thought.
Neatly stacked water glasses. Some are full, some are empty. As a wise man once said, even empty water glasses have... You pick it up and...
She just took a water glass and put it in her purse.
The bottom of the glass reads, manufactured by Lion Decker Glassworks, Coarsegold, California.
Lion Decker Glassworks. And then it's the Lion Decker Museum. Oh, the museum was built in order to, for taxes.
This is the western portion of... It's a happy park. It's a buffet.
I think the Rainforest Cafe is taking the theme a little too far. Last time you ate there, they bulldozed 40% of the restaurant. Hi, Sholin. Okay, it's been a while. We're gonna save it.
Neatly stacked water glasses. Don't be greedy.
Don't need another glass of water.
The food and... The tablecloth. The tablecloth is dusted with breadcrumbs and stained with grease, champagne, grape juice, and water. The tablecloth... The buffet table... Yes, they're definitely ferns.
Oh my God.
The tablecloth.
Apparently there's more daggers you can look at. Okay. Yeah, I was figuring on going back there and just trying to play around with that area because it seems like the only room I could really go into at this point. Can we take any of these?
Don't touch it. These appear to be copies of It's the museum's bargain version of the bust of Nefertiti. It doesn't look that bad except for the huge nose. Don't touch it. Somebody was painting outside. That's not the sort.
Try this one. There's no...
The dagger shows a... You can't touch...
This is the dagger. Potentially. It doesn't have the stamp on it. So was the dagger taken and then hidden in this display case? Oh my god.
Fräulein, this gift shop is closed. You should not be here.
Oh, I'm sorry. The door was unlocked.
Unlocked? My assistant will be disciplined harshly for this mistake. Please rejoin the party now. I will be forced to injure you.
What? Just threaten her with, like, physical violence? You little piece of shit. Go, Laura. We can go up here now. How?
Back to the rotunda, Fräulein. The rest of...
You were thinking that it could be here. I was thinking that as well. It doesn't mean it's not a fake, though. I mean, it could have easily been made, and then they just made those daggers off of it. Go.
Miss Bo?
King Graham?
Oh, Mr. Dorian?
That's right. We met at the docks.
Oh dear, your shoes. They aren't exactly formal.
Oh, well, I can explain that, but not right now.
I see. Well, what brings you here?
You.
What?
Oh, me?
Does he like her?
You told me you'd be here tonight, and, well, I thought we should talk.
Oh? About what?
Could we step outside for a minute? The moonlight is very nice tonight.
Oh my god, is
Well,
he hitting on her?
All right. I think I'd enjoy that.
His voice is obviously lowered intentionally, probably so you didn't recognize it necessarily as Graham, but you can hear that it was lowered.
I just wanted to explain to you who I really am.
You're not Steve Dorian?
Well, yes, I am Steve Dorian, but I felt like I didn't give you the most accurate impression of myself when I met you earlier today. But, gee willikers, I'm just not used to meeting attractive young ladies on the docks.
I wasn't down there looking for a man. I'm a professional journalist working on a story.
Oh, well, yes, of course you are. I didn't mean to imply anything. In fact, I was very impressed with your professionalism and with your smile. I just didn't want you to think I'm a common stevedore.
Oh my god.
Well, I'll admit I was wondering what a stevedore was doing at this ritzy museum fundraiser.
My stevedore job pays the bills, but I'm aiming for a career as an artist. However, I'm really here because I'd hate myself for the rest of my life if I didn't try to see you again. Maybe I'm a fool, maybe you think we're too different, but I had to try.
Well, I'm very flattered. Are you always this nervous?
I'm not very good with women. I've spent all my time working ever since I was 10 years old, when my father died. I've never had a chance to date very much. Lately, I've spent my free time going to school.
I'm starting to think we're more alike than I first thought. My mother died when I was very young, so I was raised by my father. What kind of an artist are you?
I'm a painter, and I do a little sculpting.
How interesting. But I think that an artist would know enough not to wear work boots with his tuxedo at a formal party.
Oh, I said I'd explain that, didn't I? I was hoping nobody would notice. I had to blow 2 weeks' pay to rent this tux, but I didn't have enough left over to rent the fancy shoes. It's just that I had to see you again.
Static in the background.
You spent all your money just to see me? My goodness, I don't know what to say.
Say you'll have dinner with me some evening. I may seem a little odd, but I promise that I'm harmless.
Neither one of
I'd
you
be
can afford
honored to
dinner.
spend an evening with you and show you the sights around town.
Neither of you can afford dinner.
Well, I don't usually, but you've gone to a lot of trouble to find me. I think I can trust you.
Really? You'll do it? Oh, thank you. You won't regret it. I'll make it a memorable evening. I'll paint for you. I'll dance for you. I'll sing for you. Anything you want.
Well, there's no need to get carried away. Let's see how dinner goes first.
Of course. You're absolutely right. I don't seem too anxious, do I?
Maybe just a bit, but that's okay.
Okay. I'll take a deep breath and calm down. I'll be fine. I'll do whatever you want.
I think this is the beginning of something important, Steve. I like you already.
Oh my god, already?
Let's go back to the party, Steve. I've got work to do.
And then he's the one that stole the dagger. Because he needs money for dinner. What the fuck? You can't say she's easy because she had to be swept off her feet first. He did a very good job. He's probably just full of a bunch of empty words and they're all just empty promises. She'll actually end up getting married to him. He'll end up like being a deadbeat and a drunk. Probably hits her from time to time and she just sits in the corner crying, like wondering why she allowed him to impregnate her. Just a little dark. just a little bit. Where did he go? Where did everyone go? This was weird. Dilly, what the fuck? Look, we need to go get ourselves killed because we know that's what she's all about.
The rub.
Is the dagger gone?
That's not.
It's gone. It was here. It was here. It was the second one. There's less daggers in the case now. Dagger and gift shop. Yeah, I need to make a section of my notes about the dagger itself. Let's go all the way to the top. Found dagger in gift shop. Display case. Dagger vanished after Wolf forced Laura out of the gift shop. Made in Pittsburgh? Yeah, all of them are like made in Pittsburgh. They're just supposed to be replicas, but the one dagger that I found earlier didn't have made in Pittsburgh stamp on it. Go. Stop humping the side of the screen. That's what she does. He's gone. How come I can't save?
This is an Archaeopteryx. Correction. This used to be an Archaeopteryx. This is a mastodon, one of the early mammals. Technically, the mastodon is not a dinosaur at all, but since they date back to prehistory, they're included in the exhibit. This particular example of the order Proboscidea is the Mammoth americanus, or North American mastodon. The chief feature which distinguishes this shaggy beast from the elephant and the woolly mammoth are its molar teeth. In every respect, under close inspection you can see that this pile of bones could indeed be assembled to resemble the skeleton of a mastodon. Determining whether or not the reproduction is at all accurate is beyond your expertise. In every apparent respect, this is a perfectly normal million-year-old chunk of a prehistoric creature's endoskeleton.
Okay.
Even in close-up, this is nothing more than a fossilized Archaeopteryx. As you carefully examine the fossilized remains of the Eohippus, you cannot help but reflect on how brief our lifespans are in relation to the age of the Earth. You sigh heavily at the existentialism of it all. Then you return to your investigation.
There's no down. Where else are you supposed to go?
Achtung! Terrorists are not allowed in this room at this time. You are disturbing the paintings. Raus! You leave now! Mach schnell!
You were 14, but you still loved it. I never was up on dinosaurs like a lot of other people were. I just didn't, like, they were okay, but I just wasn't into them. Oh my god, just go.
A fairly accurate model of Struthiomimus, or ostrich mimic. Suspended overhead by thin wires, the pterodactyl frozen in mid-swoop presents a most horrific tableau.
I mean, I did like museums like this kind of thing when I was a kid.
The male and female Triceratops look every inch the proud parents. It's a painting of a Spinosaur. The painting is accurate and workmanly, with little regard for nuance or emotion.
Go down? Is there a down? There's a way through here. It's a bone. Look at this.
A sign on this dinosaur bone display says, "Please touch." Either these bones feel lonely, or the museum wants you to learn more about the bones by coming into close personal contact with them.
You were the little boy who liked Barbies and things. Yeah, I had a Barbie doll or two. I liked playing with all different types, and I couldn't have a proper girl doll to play with my other dolls unless I had a Barbie.
The bone is fossilized and dusty. The bone is You pick it up and place it in your purse.
What? Alright, so the dagger was stolen by Laura Bow. Just, what the fuck?
A fine painting of a mighty Brontosaurus, the thunder lizard. This huge creature with its tiny brain is currently the subject of a controversy. Dr. Earl Douglas from the Carnegie Museum of Natural History believes that current Brontosaurus displays have the wrong heads mounted on their skeletons. However, Dr. Othniel Marsh, who originally discovered the Brontosaurus, believes that the heads on current displays are correct. Only time and more fossil evidence will conclusively prove which of these esteemed gentlemen is correct. It's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. His name is Rex. Isn't that clever?
No.
The remaining bones are too small to hold your interest. A small sign identifies this dinosaur as an iguanodon, which means iguana tooth. However, from the Tyrannosaurus Rex's point of view, this dinosaur could be identified as dinner.
What?
This room contains a...
Read this panel.
The sign says, push button to hear Rex speak.
Why does he speak?
Welcome to the Linedecker Museum Dinosaur Display.
Do they have
My
this in the
name is
20s?
Rex, and I'd like to tell you about myself. I'm a type of dinosaur known as Tyrannosaurus Rex, which means king of the tyrant lizards. Although I was not the largest type of dinosaur, I was the largest predator ever to walk the earth. Some of my friends were 40 feet long and weighed 8 tons, with teeth that were 6 inches long. Your modern elephants don't weigh more than 6 tons.
Oh my.
I lived between 250 and 65 million years ago.
The echo vanished.
During a period known as the Age of Dinosaurs, also called the Mesozoic era. The first complete skeleton of a Tyrannosaurus Rex was found just 24 years ago in Montana in 1902. Although there were many meat-eating dinosaurs, I was considered the best killing machine who ever lived. Speaking of which, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Would you like to volunteer to be my next meal?
Some kid is going to go through this exhibit and they're going to just press that button non-stop, and this entire section of the museum, you're just going to hear Rex talk over and over and over again. And at that point, you will learn that you never want children. Just like, fucking hell. Go this way, Laura.
This is the medieval armor exhibit in a representation of an English castle's great hall. The armor of Anne de Montmorency, Constable of France, worn at the Battle of San Quentin on August 10, 1577. Thin and comparatively light, 50 pounds, it was worn by a man of 64 years, which was quite old for that time. This armor is a 3/4 fighting suit. Its illustrious occupant met his death at the Siege of Saint-Denis in 1567, at which time the armor came into the possession of the first Earl of Pembroke, who led the English knights into battle.
You worked in an exhibition that happens where they press the button over and over. Seriously.
The suit of armor feels... The steel armor feels...
I'm trying to, like, open up the helmets. Look at the dog.
A house pet, tastefully prepared for battle in 16th century armor.
Bodhi, do you want to go to war?
A close look at the armor reveals a heraldic device of a fierce beaver rampant on a chevron above the motto, Forward. A small label indicates that this Scottish dog armor belonged to Lord Balfour, 1st Earl of Fife.
It had armor codpieces too.
Up close, the suit of armor looks scratched. No matter how closely you look, you see nothing at all in the suit of... Up close, you note with awe the incredible amount of minute detail in the The carvings on the chest depict gnomes leaping through
Shrubbery?
The chest feels like wood, and you get a small splinter in your finger when you rub your hand over the carvings.
Why are you touching anything, Laura?
That's not the...
Something sort of thing you want to examine more closely.
A painting of The Black Prince as a Fierce Baby by Ed Botticelli circa 1560. The cheap wood frame is by the Leyendecker Museum circa 1920.
Oh my god. Is there another door over here? There is. I hear Buddy. I hear Buddy meowing in the hallway. It's meowing at Izek. The fuck is this?
It's the head of a Cro-Magnon man. My, how people have changed.
Is that how it's pronounced? Cro-Magnon? I thought it was Cro-Magnon.
It's the head of a Ramapithecus man.
They did have armor for most, but ones like that, they were only for rich and important. Most normal people had barely... Yeah. No, I'm aware
It's
of
the
how
head of an Australopithecus man. Poor little fellow. The plaque says there were animal tooth marks in his skull. The head is from Mongolia.
What?
You've heard that the Mongols would have taken over the world if their ponies' legs hadn't been so short.
Where did you order from? You didn't have to do Grubhub. What? Oh my god. That's a kind of an epic sandwich. You say it how you said, yeah.
The head is from Mongolia. You've heard that the Mongols would have taken over the world if their ponies' legs hadn't been so short. It's the head of a Neanderthal man. He looks so brutish. This is the head of a Smeltdown man. You've heard rumors that Smeltdown man just may be a hoax. This is the Life Mask exhibit. You haven't seen this many dead-looking, expressionless faces since your accounting class at the university. The head is attractive. The head is attractive. What fine... Seems to be covered with a paint-like substance. Probably paint. Appears to have been applied quite some time ago.
What?
You gently palpate the room. You gently... Seems to be covered...
Like, what's with the circle on the ground?
Looks...
Go down, Laura. Ah, fuck. Go this way, Laura. I like how everything is, like, super non-threatening right now, and we're just going through this museum. That is not where I told her to go, but maybe that's all she can go to? Let me see. What is this door?
It's an unmarked wood door with face. The door is locked. When you touch the doorknob, you get a heavy coating of dust all over the palm of your hand. On close inspection of the door, you see two heavily faded words that were painted on the door at eye level, although some of the letters in the words are totally unreadable. EM space L space YE space S O space Y.
That's really weird.
On close inspection of the door, you see two heavily faded words that were painted on the door at eye level, although some of the letters in the words are totally unreadable. EM space L space YE space S O space Y.
Employees only. And here's the Egyptian exhibit.
The placard says, "This is a granite stele depicting Horus and Thoth found in the temple of Amon-Ra. This stele was modified during the reign of the pharaoh Akhenaten, then restored during the reign of Tutankhamun." At close range, you see large words on paper. The granite is cracked. A sepulchral stele found in a tomb of the 6th dynasty. It tells the story of Una, born during the reign of King Tita, who served under Tita's successor Pepi. Una died during the reign of King Morena, full of days and honor.
Mummy, just sitting here.
The mummified corpse of Amenophis III, also known as Amenhotep III, or Memnon by the Greeks. He built large temples to Amon-Ra, both at Karnak and at Luxor.
Sounds like King's
In the
Quest
5th
music,
year
yeah.
of his reign, Amenophis marched into Nubia to quell a mighty rebellion. He also ruled over the Mesopotamians, since his kingdom was quite large. We also know that Amenophis was a mighty hunter who slew 102 lions during the first 10 years of his reign in his spare time. Now he's dead.
Now he's dead. Now he's just dead.
You closely examine the glass case, revealing the scratches caused by a few clumsy tourists, but nothing else of interest.
Is this where the dagger was?
Although there are a few scratches on the glass case, there are no signs of forced entry into the display. There aren't even any fingerprints. Although there are a few scratches on it looks remarkably like a glass case in the shape of a pyramid. A small card informs you that this case contained the famous Dagger of Amon-Ra, which is now missing. This pyramid is a model of the Great Pyramid of Cheops, Khufu, as it appears today. Originally, the entire surface of the pyramid was covered with smooth, polished limestone. This covering has worn away over time to reveal the stepped surface we see now. The base of the Great Pyramid covers 13 acres and was built with over 2 million stones to a height of 480 feet. Construction took 30 to 50 years. In a clever attempt at realism, the pyramid is constructed of limestone. The surface feels rough when you touch it.
Stop touching things, Laura.
A close look at the pyramid shows you the grainy texture of limestone. Although there are a few scratches on the glass case,
There aren't any fingerprints. I'm trying to see if there's anything.
Although there are a few scratches on the...
Why is there scratches on all the cases?
This is a granite stele depicting Horus and Thoth, found in the Temple of Amon-Ra. This stele was modified during the reign of the pharaoh Akhenaten, then restored during the reign of Tutankhamun.
The sandwich is good. It's not worth the amount that was paid for it. I will say that. What's this?
Ironically, there's a gold Ankh medallion, the ancient Egyptian symbol of life, resting in the pool of blood.
I'm sorry. Oh, no. Dr. Tut is already dead.
You pick it up and place it in... There's a narrow red footprint from a woman's high-heeled shoe on the floor.
Wait, what?
Apparently, the shoe's owner stepped in some of the blood. It apparently belongs to a dainty foot. An inner mummy coffin, which was contained in the exterior mummy coffin to the left. Identified from the cartouches on both coffins, the occupant was probably Hatshepsut, the female pharaoh, daughter of Thothmes I. Hatshepsut built the magnificent tomb temple at Deir el-Bahri and ruled for 20 years with her lover Senmut. At her death, Hatshepsut's successor tried to erase all memory of her by destroying her statues and obliterating her name from her various monuments. An outer mummy coffin, whose cartouches identify the occupant as
Holy crap.
A close look at the dagger reveals the words, Made in
Why are these
Pittsburgh,
daggers
stamped
able
on
to
the
be
part
actually
of the blade that is not buried in Pippin Carter's chest. To your naked eye, the rough surface of the dagger handle doesn't appear to hold any fingerprints, but that's something for the coroner to examine in detail.
We didn't like Pippin, but the ankh that was on Tut Smith's chest is there, and there's a woman's footprint. It was Tut and Yvette. Hold on.
The red fluid appears to be blood. This might explain Dr. Carter's pale appearance.
Where's my stupid thing of him? This is Carter, right? I'm making a note. Killed with gift shop dagger. Ankh found. Worn by Tut Smith. And a woman's footprint seen. Yvette. It is very possibly Yvette.
You don't want to touch this dagger. The flower is fake. It has no detectable smell. A tube runs from the back of the flower, behind the lapel, down to a squeeze bulb inside the vest. When you squeeze the bulb, a weak stream of water squirts you in the eye.
That's really weird.
There are no signs of scratches or bruises on his flesh. This could mean that the murderer, assuming this wasn't a suicide, knew Dr. Carter well enough to get close and stab him without arousing any suspicion. Or it could just mean that Dr. Carter was completely taken by surprise when someone assaulted him from the shadows.
You scream like a banshee, lass. Did you kill the man then?
No, I just walked in here and found him.
I suppose that would explain your screaming then. Did you see the murderer?
No.
All right, I'll talk to you later after you've had a chance to calm down.
What?
Just don't try to leave the building.
She's a weak lady. She has to calm down first.
Excellent work. Your father would be proud of you. Having already interrogated the guests, Detective O'Reilly is now discussing the murder with the staff members as they leave the party. It would be best if you don't interfere.
Would it? To be fair, you need a minute too if you discovered a murder. Both the Countess and Yvette are wearing heels.
Hi, Miss Bowe. I'm Ernie Leach. Dr. Carrington told me you could stay a while and talk to the staff. I've got to lock the doors, so just come and find me when you're ready to leave.
Are you gonna die?
Dr. C also has a key, but you don't want to bother him about that.
Thank you, Mr. Leach.
Just be careful where you go. Wolf will get upset if he finds you downstairs. See you later.
And a tomato.
Did you manage to learn anything from your interviews, Detective O'Reilly?
Don't bother your little head about it, lass.
It's my job, sir.
This is an official murder investigation, Miss Bowe. Do not be interfering.
Oh, I don't mean to interfere. I just want to know what's going on. Any leads so far?
Dr. Carter died as the result of someone sticking a gift shop dagger in his chest. What more do you need to know?
Well, for one thing, who did it?
Someone who didn't like him, that's my guess.
Brilliant deduction.
If you think that Yule can do better.
I can try.
Oh, wunderbar. Now we've got the amateurs involved.
I may not be a detective, but I'm terribly clever. I've solved murders before.
Just stay out of me way, lass, and don't destroy the evidence.
Certainly not.
Yeah.
This door is...
Why is it locked? God damn it, Laura. I know what the water glass is for. God, I forgot you can do that.
You hear nothing.
You use it to hear things. Is anyone over here? I should have used it on the employee door that we found earlier. Because if Yvette was around, she would have been in there. It does in certain thickness of walls and doors. Okay. I didn't know about walls, but I guess walls does make sense.
A fine example of neo-quasi-Italian Renaissance sculpture by Alberto Ravioli. Sculpted in 1525, the humanoid statue is called, appropriately enough, Ruminations on Death and Dismemberment. This is the...
Why can't I save in here?
It's one of seeming billions of ballerina sculptures that were made by Dagger, who was something of a ballerina fan. Cart Before the Horse by... A typical light-hearted painting by anonymous Bosch called A Heartwarming Story, depicting dead humans being tormented by skeletons and demons in hell.
Was there a shimmer? Yeah, right there. What is that?
The oil paint on the canvas is old and cracked, but you can still see the characteristic brush strokes of anonymous Bosch, who painted with human bones and... The oil paint... The oil... The glint doesn't glint when you hold your finger on it.
Good evening, Countess.
Good evening, Miss Bow.
You hear nothing.
He was a rather good-looking fellow, don't you think? Of course, I was at the party when he died, surrounded by witnesses, but I've already told Mr. O'Reilly about all that. Why isn't that one of those darling little Egyptian thingies?
Oh my god. The sandwich was good. It wasn't worth the price. Oh.
You dare to mention his name to me? He is the blasphemous temple destroyer and tomb robber who stole the dagger of Amon Ra from Egypt.
Did you kill him?
Miss Bow, I am shocked that you would ask me such a thing. Amon Ra snuffed out Peepin Carter's life as punishment for his crime, and that's all I have to say on this matter.
Oh my god.
What happened to the pretty gold ankh you were wearing at the party?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I seem to have lost it.
Ernie Leach, no. What about Yvette?
You already asked me that, you silly female.
Dear fucking god.
While this is an interest, the oil paint on the canvas is one of the skeletons in the Bosch painting appears to be holding an object that glints in the light. Feels like a painting by anonymous.
I'm really weirded
When you
out.
touch the painting, you smear a bit of the paint as if it's still damp.
Wait, what?
Trouble on Two Legs by Dennis Lewis, date unknown. Painting discovered in an attic near Bordeaux, France, hidden behind.
I'm not in the mood.
The white marble bench feels cold. You recall from your physics class that marble has a low specific temperature. It's an expensive. The humanoid sculpture is not accurate to the tiniest of details. In fact, you aren't even sure what the details are.
Yeah, more casual
Alberto
misogyny.
Ravioli was still new at sculpting when he created.
I'm loving all the stupid little statements they keep making about women and Laura Bow in this. I just find them funny. Especially
You hear
considering
muffled voices coming through the door to Yvette's office. Thank you for coming to see me, Olympia. This is very nice of you.
You're very welcome, my dear. What can I do for you?
Oh, you see, I found this strange bone, and I said to myself, Yvette, if anyone can tell you what this is, it would be Olympia.
A bone, you say? How fascinating. Where did you find it?
I found it right here in the museum. Here it is, Doctor.
Now, let me see. Ha ha! Yvette, you silly girl. This is a chicken bone.
It is?
Yes, of course. Why, it is still greasy. You got this at dinner, didn't you?
Oh, you have caught me, Olympia. I was playing the little joke on you.
You are a funny girl, Yvette, but I am quite fond of you.
Olympia, we are the good friends, no? I have the problem I wish to talk to you about.
Oh, certainly. What is it?
Come closer so I can whisper it to you. It is very personal, and I want no one to overhear.
Oh, my. Oh, my. Oh, my.
You don't... This door... You feel a blush creeping over your face as you look at the perfect body of Rodin's famous thinker.
Oh my. Go touch it.
Tentatively, you touch the cool bronze. It feels as smooth as it looks.
What the hell is this?
The window is too dark to see through. You wonder what's on the other side. Heavy stone masonry. Each
So it just goes all the way back around. Oh wait, there's a down, though. Yeah?
The giant lizards are displaying some rather uncivilized behavior.
What is this?
The bottle says, Dr. Moribund's guaranteed snake oil.
Guaranteed snake oil.
The snake oil's certain.
On it. Oh, damn it.
Good evening, Miss Bo.
Oh, you startled me.
Good. It gets the blood flowing, doesn't it?
Well, I suppose so.
I see we're looking at my snake oil.
Well, I was just looking around.
I'm sure you meant no harm.
What's the snake oil for, anyway?
It repels snakes, of course. Comes in handy when I'm working in the basement. I lost a load of Egyptian cobras down there a few weeks ago, and I occasionally come across one of those little darlings. Those snakes always want to bite me, but I'm sure they don't mean anything by it. It's just their way. They get nervous very easily, you know. Normally, I love to watch them kill things. My Barney will kill anything he can sink his teeth into.
Charming.
Well, I'd like to chat some more, but I've got to rush off and meet that young Steve fellow. He promised to show me his scars. See you later.
Well, we know she's lying on that one. What is this?
It's an intercom slave unit. The skull of the long-extinct horned rhesus, known in academic circles to be the source of much controversy regarding it as evidence for the extraterrestrial origin of primate evolution.
When did I last save? In the darkness of the secret passage, you're blind as a bat. You have a brave but brief battle during which you endure the battering of the berserk and bellicose black bats without batting an eye. Then your body, bothered by bloody bites, becomes bereft of life. No, how long ago did I...
It's the doorway.
Yeah, it's a bit further back.
The dagger.
A lot further back. It's before we discovered the corpse. That's, I mean, on the plus side, I could try using the water glass on the employee door. Go through! Yeah, at least this time you can use the glass of the door. It's gonna be all like, there's nothing to hear, and I'm gonna be all like, God damn it! So we need to take the dinosaur bone.
You pick it up.
Examine
the bone
it,
is for the thigh bone from a young Tyrannosaurus rex.
I gotta click through it. Need to click.
The room feels. The room.
Oh no.
That. That. You get no... It is better to know some of the questions. You hear nothing.
Oh my god.
That.
Do I have to wait until the mouth stops moving? Fuck. Go up there. That's how she gets up there. She goes this way. Damn it. Come on. Laura, just go this way. Laura Bow. Fucking hell. Dilly's speed run. Seriously.
You pick it.
Save. 6. Oh, there's nothing else. I'm not listening to this thing again. Wasn't there another dinosaur room over there or something? I thought there was. Maybe not.
It's an unclear. You hear nothing.
God damn it!
You hear no.
Fucking hell.
Although there are although it looks remarkably like a...
I'm just clicking on things, so
This the base. The mum in we are now the plaque. Any a close look. The granite. At close, you closely examine the glass case. The granite.
Okay, we're gonna go see the body again. We have to discover this body all over again. Go this way. I want to see what this is first.
This placard describes the full translated text on the Rosetta. In summary, the text records the decree made at Canopus by the priesthood in honor of the pharaoh Ptolemy III. The decree discusses the great benefits which the pharaoh had conferred on Egypt and states what festivals are to be celebrated in his honor, concluding with orders that a copy of the decree in hieroglyphics, Demotic and Greek shall be placed.
Wait a minute. Oh. So if I need to translate Egyptian text, this is the way to translate it.
A mummy coffin built during the 19th dynasty. Inside and outside, both coffin and cover are decorated with large figures of gods, vignettes, and inscriptions from the Book of the Dead, as well as emblems and decorations painted in...
Why are you touching things?
The exterior of this... A close look reveals brightly painted scenes of the deceased playing a board game with Amon-Ra, water skiing with the goddess Sekhmet, and drinking at a tavern with Thoth. In essence, these painted scenes served the purpose of candid family photos, even though they never actually happened. Armed with these snapshots, the deceased could try and con his way safely through the underworld to meet the gods themselves. Usually the gods had good memories and would never remember meeting the deceased, whose soul would then die of embarrassment. A close in usual. The exterior of this... Ironically, there's a gold Ankh medallion, the ancient. You pick it up. The mummy coffin is made of... This is a This is a... Look. There's a...
Well,
It's definitely blood.
why can't I see the... There we go.
Apparently the shoe's owner stepped in some of the blood. There's a narrow red footprint from...
Her face yet again.
A close look at the dagger reveals the words. To your naked eye, the rough surface of the dagger handle doesn't appear to hold any fingerprints. But that's some...
Oh, the other thing I realized with the dagger, it's a gift. The gift shop daggers were all in that glass case.
The flower is fake. It has no... There are no signs of... Or it could just mean that... There's a slight bulge in Pippin's jacket, as if he's carrying...
Wait a minute.
When you reach into Pippin's tuxedo jacket, you find a notepad in his inner pocket. Unreadable words. A notepad made of good quality paper. There's an imprint on the paper from the previous message written.
We need a pencil or something for this.
You pick it up and...
Because you need to do that rub.
By removing the notepad from Pippin's pocket, you have improved the appearance of his tuxedo jacket. If he was still alive, he'd certainly thank you.
My god, what? What?
Pippin's shirt is immaculate, except for a few streaks of blood. His tie is partially undone, which is something that never would have happened if Dr. Carter had been alive to notice it. You hear a disturbing gurgling noise when you poke Pippin in the chest. His mouth and tongue
Feel dry? She's just touching it?
no cavities in his teeth. The tongue is arched as if to say, You're not sure if the gaping mouth means he was trying to scream or that rigor mortis is setting in, stretching his face muscles. However, he has only been here a short time. Pippin isn't breathing, but you detect the smell of garlic on his breath. It isn't a pleasant smell. A close look reveals that Pippin kept his ears very clean. There are no signs of scratches or it could just... The red fluid... The pupil is very small, which is either a reaction to bright light or to a sudden shock of some kind. His hair is a bit greasy, as if he hasn't washed it today. It has a slight smell of cigarette smoke, which is probably from the party. Although there are a couple of breadcrumbs caught in his mustache, they don't seem to be significant as evidence, particularly since you saw him eating bread at the party. No cavity. Pippin isn't... Or it could just... Although there are a couple... No cavity. Pippin isn't breathing. That's not the sort of... Upon close inspection... That's not... You don't...
Alright. The voice actor's enjoying this, seriously.
You scream like a banshee.
No.
I suppose...
No.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
So I need to really examine the bodies more.
Excellent work. Your
Yeah.
father would...
So that
Having
was what I
already
wanted.
interrogated the guests, Detective...
Jeez, the number of hours that went by since she found the body. That's like 3 hours.
Hi, Miss Bowl. I'm Ernie.
Thank you.
Just be careful.
Got that.
Did you manage to learn it?
Don't bother.
It's my...
This is an official...
Oh, I don't mean to...
Dr. Carter.
Well, for one thing...
Someone who didn't like him.
Brilliant.
If you...
Oh, wunderbar.
I may not be a...
Just stay out of me. What?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Alright.
This door is locked.
Dagger.
Don't touch it. You hear nothing.
I need a pen, a pencil, or charcoal, technically, in order to do rubbing to be able to read that notebook. What are the chances that anyone's over here? Laura. Dear Lord. No one.
You see the initials P.S. engraved on the back of the Ankh medallion.
Which, it's his name's Tut, they call him Tut Smith, but his name begins with a P. So it's definitely his.
A gold Egyptian Ankh. A notepad made of good quality.
There goes the Countess.
You see a short, elderly...
What did I ask her? I asked her about Dr. Tut.
I bore rather easily, dear girl.
Oh, hey! Because I identified them all. Oh, nice. Okay, thank God.
Oh, could that be some of that cute little Egyptian writing? How charming.
Charming.
A typical light-hearted... A typical... Feels like a paint... Trouble on two legs. When you touch the painting... you smear a bit of the paint as if it's still done.
That's really weird.
A close look makes it clear that this artist was fond of chocolate. There are chocolate chips embedded in the paint.
Ew.
When you touch... Examining the painting carefully, you notice that some of the strong-smelling paint looks... When you touch the painting...
Is anything in this museum
The
real?
swirling brushstrokes are characteristic of the Morgan school of painting. Although the paint is old and cracking, the spirit... When you touch the painting, you smear a bit of the paint as if it's still damp.
That's really, really weird.
A typical light... A typical... The oil paint on the canvas is old.
There we go.
Inspecting the painting carefully, you note the bloody quality of the red pigment and recall that Bosch was known for the use of hue. The skeleton key is firmly affixed to the Bosch painting with glue.
It's a skeleton
You
key.
are unable to pry it off with your fingers, managing only to chip one. While this is an... The gold...
Yeah.
While this is...
I need something to be able to pry that off.
Dr. Carter's demise was truly a loss to us all, despite his pushy, overinflated, headline-grabbing ego. At least he completed his work on the Ancient Egypt exhibit before he passed on. Dedicated chap, I'll say that for him.
Any idea who might have wanted to kill him?
The man had enemies crawling out of the woodwork, Miss Bow. Practically everyone's a suspect, if you ask me.
Everyone? Including you?
Well, perhaps I should say everyone except myself, since I was at the fundraising event when Dr. Carter was taken from us. Terrible thing, really.
You hear muffled voices coming through the door.
Alright, we gotta listen to this again.
Thank you for coming. Oh, you see a bone? I found it now. It is.
Yep, you are.
Limp.
Oh,
Come close.
oh.
You. Up close, you're able. Up close.
You're able to verify that these are big stone block stones.
Feels like.
Trying to see if touching anything does anything. There is one thing. There's an outline here. Look at that.
Feels like you can feel a definite seam in the bricks. You detect a bit of airflow moving past your fingers through the seam. The seam in the bricks is very deep. The draft from the seam ruffles your hair as you...
How do you open it?
Feels like. Feels like.
Well, it's all the way to here because you can see it up here, there. That.
Feels like.
Is that it?
Up close. Heavy stone.
Because it looks like there's something there, but...
Heavy stone. There is definitely a seam. The seam in the...
Talk to Dr. Miklas about that if you want to know more. She tried...
Oh, really? Just can identify bones. Translates hieroglyphs. I have a lot with regards to her.
Miss Bow, I'd read for pleasure. I can't imagine Dr. Carter would possibly have written anything personal. Ah, yes. You'll see that symbol throughout our Egyptian exhibit. It seems to be a staple of...
Up close. Upon... The windows are very... The windows...
What if it's one of the head busts out here?
Feels like... 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 Tentative... What perfect burnishing. You can't imagine how long it...
Alright.
The snake oil. The bottle says, Dr. Moribund's guaranteed snake.
You're gonna need that to go into the basement at some point. Which means she's gonna have to die and we're gonna have to get it on her off her body.
Oh, good.
Well,
I see what...
well,
I'm sure...
what's
it those
job?
Well,
She's all like, I had a bunch of deadly Egyptian cobras on me. They all just got free and they're just running loose. It's okay.
Feels like an
If it's an intercom slave unit, that means that this only receives. Which means we need to find where the master unit is and probably push the key down, and you can probably overhear conversations from in here.
A magnified intercom.
Magnified.
Upon close inspection. A number of hieroglyphics are carefully drawn on the black. A number of...
Am I supposed to have to do this on my own?
A number of hieroglyphics. A number of hieroglyphics.
Oh my god. Use my notebook on it?
While this is...
Fuck.
There's an array of rare...
Ew.
It's Dr. Miklos's PhD in paleontology from the University of Thessalonica, Greece. The skull of the long
Most likely it's an old Sierra game. You don't think you have the full alphabet? The last letter was M, you think? That is true. Where are we going to get the rest of it, though?
Don't touch it. Don't touch...
We'll go back in there. Oh, follow them. Yeah, follow them.
Feels like...
The fuck? I don't even have what's her name in here, so I can't ask about her. That's a paper cutter, right?
A paper cutter with a sharp blade.
Sure. Alright, I'm gonna save here. And we're gonna go and touch that sharp blade. It's still.
While this is...
Damn it, I'm trying to, like, kill her.
It's a diploma with Yvette Delacroix's name on it. An advanced degree in French from Ball State University, to be exact.
What is this?
The typewriter keys have made clean impressions in the carbon paper, but the letters are unreadable against a dark background. You pick it up.
That's just the carbon paper, right?
It's used. While this is one of those new portable typewriters. At a mere £50, you can take it anywhere. Well, you could if it was useful to you. You don't. You can't read. Backlit, you can read the words typed into the carbon paper. Ernie, Big Al called to see if you could do some fencing for him next week. He says he'll make it worth your while to do a fast fencing job.
What?
It's your...
I didn't put Ernie in my book, I don't think. Ernie Leach. He's the janitor. Museum janitor does fencing on the side. Illegal selling? Oh no!
It's an intercom... Watercolor painting, Purple Pollywogs Playing in Puddles by Yvette Delacroix. Watercolor painting, Perverse Pleasures. Watercolor painting, Predators Stalking Prey by Yvette Delacroix. Don't touch it, you might harm the paint. You think about touching the painting, then consider the subject matter. Fearing that you might damage the delicate watercolors in the painting. They're too high on the wall. Besides,
What is this? Is that...
there's a homey old Norwegian phrase stitched into this needlepoint. An axe in the hand is worth two in the bush. Nice material.
What?
Nice watercolor brushwork, even though it was painted during a turbulent period in the life of the art.
Oh my god.
The marvelous thrusting brushwork demonstrates the artist's close association with the subject, in which she obviously finds deep meaning and significance. Nice needlepoint. The file label reads, Renaissance Man. The file label reads,
Dead things?
The wood file drawer is locked. The wood file... The file label... The file label...
Insurance.
The wood file drawer is locked. The wood... The file label... The file label reads...
Life Mask Field Survey.
The file label... The file label reads...
Paleontological anomalies.
The file label reads...
Personnel files.
The file label reads...
Machu Picchu Field Survey.
The file label...
Taxidermy records.
The file label reads...
Sexual eccentricities. I'm sorry,
The
what?
wood file... The wood... The wood... The wood... The wood...
Only
the
Yvette's able to open these, huh?
The wood file... The wood... The surface of the desk is very... It feels like a... It feels... The surface... Don't even think about touching the flytrap. It's a meat-eating plant that's been getting a steady diet of red meat ever since Yvette bought it. Don't eat... A handwritten card attached to the plant pot reads, To Yvette from Olympia. Thanks for the wild night with the mummies.
What?
Don't touch it. It's too... It's a transom. Looks. You hear muffled voices coming through the door to Yvette's office. Come a little closer, Monsieur Najir. I am wanting to show you something.
Oh my god.
And what would that be, Miss Delacroix?
Look at the palm of my hand.
It is a lovely palm, to be sure. But what am I supposed to see?
Supposed.
You see this line, monsieur? It is my love line.
My goodness, Miss Delacroix. It goes all the way up your arm and disappears up your sleeve.
Oh my god.
Would you like to see where it ends up, Ramses? Have you ever been to Paris, Ramses?
No.
He's married.
I can't say I ever have.
Then you have never seen the Eiffel Tower?
No.
Well, by all means, let me show you.
Miss Delacroix, please. I'm a married man. Oh, dear.
Have you forgotten who let you into the museum, Ramses? Have you forgotten who showed you the secret room for your little ceremonies?
Ceremonies?
You haven't, have you?
No, I haven't, but...
Then you will let me give you the grand tour of the tower, no?
We'll have to go somewhere else. I don't feel safe here.
Lead the way, monsieur.
So Yvette has a lot of pull over people.
The tribal death mask of the Hottentots. The mask of El Whoopintot, the god who scares Hottentot children. Hottentot elders told stories of how El Whoopintot would jump down from the roofs of Hottentot mud huts to steal the noses off children who didn't behave properly.
Part snake or something. She's
Anthropologists attribute the El Whoopintot stories to tribal myth, but the ancient records reveal that many Hottentots lived their adult lives without noses. There's a moral here somewhere.
Oh no.
It's a portrait of the former Leyendecker Museum president, Sterling Waldorf Carlton. It might be a trick of the light, but one side of the painting seems...
I figured. It's a safe.
Magnifying the combination dial gives you no clues, since the dial seems relatively unused and shows no signs of wear. That's not the sort of thing... Countess and Ziggy at 1 a.m. Medieval armor display.
I'm trying to remember. This is Carrington. Meeting Countess and Ziggy at Medieval Armor Display at 1 a.m. Save it.
Don't touch it. The note is written in a man's handwriting. Don't touch. Don't touch.
I want to go.
Upon close inspection, the president's...
Yeah, this is the master unit.
It's the latest thing in office telecommunications technology. An intercom master unit. You touch the intercom unit, completely missing the buttons.
And the whole point.
You touch the You touch... 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 You touch...
Fuck.
You touch... You touch... You touch... You touch... You touch...
It's so hard to pick them. You touched, you touched, you touched.
The 6-button intercom allows the president to talk and listen to people in other offices. You touch...
So one button is probably for listening and the other buttons are probably for talking.
The 6-button... The 6... It's the late... The stiff quills look especially sharp under magnif...
Am I gonna get her killed by doing this?
Ouch! Those quills are sharp.
Is that gonna, like, murder someone at some point? Here, stick the bone on it.
While this is...
just stick the bone on it. What is this?
Don't touch it. A handsome desk... A hand...
Why can I look at this closely?
Yes, it's definitely a desk clock. It says made in Switzerland in the fine print on the clock face, which you can barely read due to the glare on the glass. Yes, it... Well-timed side...
Oh.
You touch... The intercom crackles and you overhear a conversation.
Oh, I so love your scars, Wolfie. Show them to me again, darling.
They are yours to admire, my strudel.
Hoopa! Very, very nice.
Yeah, and I have this new bone for your collection.
Ah, such a large bone, too. Where did you find it?
I've been carrying this bone around for years. It is yours now, my Fräulein. You may do with it what you will.
I'm impressed by your generosity, Wolfie.
The intercom crackles and you overhear a conversation.
Oh, my lover, how do you manage to do it so many times?
Sure, and a man's got to do what a man's got to do.
Oh my God.
And you do it so well.
Try and keep your voice down, lass. Someone might hear us.
Oh, I do not care, my amour. Life, she is something we only enjoy once.
Sure, and begorra, I do this at least 50 times a day to stay in shape.
50 times, ooh la la. And what do you call this movement?
Sit-ups, lass. I also do 50 push-ups each day. Then I run a few miles.
You touch the... When you press the button, all you hear is...
The pixel
You
hunting.
touch... When you press the button... You touch... When you press the button... When you press the...
What's this? A phone list.
Using your remarkable powers of deduction, you conclude that this little book...
Contains phone numbers.
Judging by the handwriting, the phone numbers will... Phone numbers. T. Dargan, WP 5125. R. Williams, BL 4468. Phone numbers. Phone... Don't touch it. Don't touch... Don't touch it.
So there's a phone here.
It appears that someone has cut the telephone cord, removing any chance you might have had of communication with the outside world.
So does the time move in real time, or is it progress-based? It's progress-based. But there are certain things you can do that can force it to move forward, and you can end up missing things. Same as with the first game, I'm pretty sure. Laura, are you stuck?
Don't touch... Don't touch... That's not the sort of... Look, first editions of... Numerous hefty tomes on the topic of medieval armor. Numerous hefty tomes. The collected catalogs... The collected... It's the book. A painting of the New York... A paint... Don't touch... Don't touch... That's not...
I'm stuck. Alright.
Don't... Don't touch... Don't...
I hate how it locks you from being able to save and load in certain areas. I'm really, really, really not liking that aspect of this game.
Don't touch...
I mean, I guess it's so, like... You die so often in Sierra games, I don't know why you can't just restore it, but I guess it's like, so you, like, have limited times you can't save scum all the time, but, oh my god. Yeah, she's stuck. Alright, I think it's time to change games anyways. I will be obviously finishing this, but I want to move on to the other time.